Chapter 31. It was unknown what Mu Luiyue said in a low voice, but Princess Chongping and the North Court official both revealed happy expressions. The North Court official immediately gave her a thumbs up. Wonderful! Eldest Miss Mu is truly an intelligent person. Good. Luiyue, after this matter is completed, you will be heavily rewarded. Princess Chongping's eyes were filled with sinister laughter as she immediately ordered the North Court official to make preparations. Han Yunshi, this time I will definitely kill you. Han Yunshi anxiously waited for an entire afternoon, but there was still no news from Mu Qingwu. At this time, the sky was already dark. Another day had passed, and tomorrow was the deadline. She almost suspected that Gu Beiyue had already collected the blood sample and was on his way here. However, it wasn't until dinner time that a little medicine boy came over with a specially made medicinal soup to ward off the cold. Han Yunshi drank it and knew that it was made by Gu Beiyue. Her heart warmed. This fellow Gu Beiyue was truly a thoughtful person. Is there a situation with the young general? Han Yunshi asked in a low voice. The little medicine boy shook his head. Qin Wangfei, your father came over today. After he left, Imperial Physician Gu has been guarding the young general the entire time, not leaving even half a step. Han Kongan? Did he say anything? Han Yunshi didn't treat him as a person. She was a bit nervous. Everyone in the capital knew that Han Kongan was the Empress Dowager's dog. This little one isn't clear. Esteemed Wangfei, quickly drink it while it's hot. The little medicine boy couldn't stay for too long. As Han Yunshi drank the soup, he said in a low voice, Divine Physician Han didn't make a diagnosis, so General Mu lost his temper. Imperial Physician Gu signed a life and death agreement before General Mu allowed him to stay. Hearing this, Han Yunshi's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know why, but her eyes began to sting. Princess Consort, Imperial Physician Gu asked this little one to tell you that he wants you to relax and not worry too much. He wants you to take care of yourself and wait for him to come. In Han Yunshi's mind, Gu Beiyue's gentle and watery eyes unconsciously appeared. Her anxious and fretful heart inexplicably calmed down. Gu Beiyue, will you come tonight? How could Han Yunshi fall asleep that night? It was already the middle of the night, but her eyes were still wide open. She firmly believed that her judgment wasn't wrong. Tonight or tomorrow, in one night or one day, her and Mu Qingwu's fate would be judged. Gu Beiyue was their only hope. They could only hope that nothing would happen to Gu Beiyue. Han Yunshi waited and waited. Finally, when the sky was hazy and bright, there was movement outside the cell. She could hear that the footsteps were very urgent. In the dim light, Han Yunshi was not sure who it was. Although she was very excited, she suppressed it and silently waited. Very soon, the light shined in and she saw that it really was Gu Beiyue. Han Yunshi was filled with joy and immediately jumped down from the stove. Seeing that there were jailers here, she did not dare make a sound. Gu Beiyue had secretly bribed the jailers to have them leave. This was not the time to visit the prisoners, so Gu Beiyue must have spent quite a bit of money. When the jailers left, Gu Beiyue was even more anxious than Han Yunshi. Quickly, the thing you wanted is here. The poison has erupted? Han Yunshi said in a low voice. Yes, you're right. He has a high fever and his lips and tongue are purple. I took a blood sample and immediately came over. General Mu finally believes us and is personally guarding him. Gu Beiyue handed the gold needle to Han Yunshi. Although he did not know much about poisons, from Mu Qingwu's pulse and complexion, the poison must be highly toxic. Everyone knew that when facing highly toxic poisons, it was a race against time. He had to immediately take the antidote and go back to save him. Otherwise, the hard work of the past few days would be wasted. Han Yunshi did not ask any more questions. She turned around and put the gold needle into the detoxification system for examination. The results scared her so much that she almost fell. It's 10,000 snake poison. 10,000 snake poison? Gu Beiyue had never heard of it. It's a mixture of the 10 most poisonous snake venoms in the world. The toxicity of this poison is very deep, but once it erupts, it will definitely kill within 2 hours. As Han Yunxi spoke, she did not bother to explain too much. She immediately took out a few packets of medicine from the detoxification system. Here, this medicine can only temporarily slow down the speed of the poison erupting. Let him take the medicine first, then go and prepare the antidote. You must prepare the antidote within 4 hours and let him take it, otherwise. Han Yunxi did not bother to say otherwise. She hurriedly told Gu Beiyue the prescription of the antidote and let him go. In fact, if she could get out, she could directly use acupuncture to detoxify the poison. However, she could not get out, so she could only use medicine to neutralize the poison. Fortunately, it was not difficult for Gu Beiyue to find the medicine. One had to know that it would take some time to return from the Supreme Court to the general. It would also take time to brew the medicine. It was really a race against time. If they won, everything would be fine. If they lost, they would lose 2 lives. Gu Beiyue was already anxious. When he heard Han Yunxi's words, he took the medicine and wanted to leave without saying goodbye. But, unexpectedly, Gu Beiyue had only taken a few steps when the North Court official personally led a few jailers to surround him. Imperial Physician Gu, so you were here in the middle of the night. No wonder this official couldn't find you in the estate. Gu Beiyue was burning with anxiety, but he remained calm on the surface. May I know why the North Court official is looking for this one? Unexpectedly, the North Court official waved his hand, and a few jailers stepped forward to capture Gu Beiyue. North Court official He, what is the meaning of this? Gu Beiyue questioned coldly. This official suspects that you and Han Yunxi colluded in the misdiagnosis of Mu Qingwu's murder. Right now, you are being detained to await trial, the North Court official said loudly. At this moment, Han Yunxi also heard this from the prison. She was so angry that she kicked the wall. These people couldn't be doing this on purpose, right? North Court official, who gave you this authority? You dare to lock up the Emperor's personal imperial physician? Gu Beiyue was calm, but his eyes were cold. He raised his hands and bowed to the sky. Empress Dowager! Where's the evidence? North Court official He, General Mu already believes me. I am going back to treat the young general's poison now. If you dare to lock me up, you will have to bear the consequences. Finally, the usually gentle Gu Beiyue was angry. One had to know that Mu Qingwu and Han Yunxi's lives were in his hands. Nonsense. Divine Physician Han has already asked the Medical Academy's Board of Directors for a diagnosis. You should give up. The North Court official snorted. Let me go. You will cause the young general's death. I want to see the Emperor. North Court official He, the Emperor's health has not been good recently. I must be on standby at any time. Think carefully. Gu Beiyue kept struggling. Unfortunately, he was only a physician and didn't have the strength to truss up a chicken. How could he resist the burly jailers? Soon, his voice disappeared in the gloomy corridor. Princess Chongping had long since urged the North Court official to arrest him. She said that if Imperial Father wanted to punish him, she would bear the consequences alone. The North Court official was also apprehensive of Gu Beiyue's identity, so he didn't dare to make a move. He had just found out that the Emperor's health had been good these past few days, and had also approved Gu Beiyue's request for leave. Thus, he silently arrested him in the middle of the night. Someone come, report to the princess that the matter has been taken care of without alerting anyone. The North Court official yawned as he spoke, a sharp light flashing through his eyes. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to withdraw. Soon, everyone had left and the flames had also retreated. Han Yunxi finally couldn't take it anymore and fiercely kicked the iron bars. She couldn't use words to express her anger and anxiety. She continuously took deep breaths and paced back and forth. There were only 2 hours left. What should she do in 2 hours? When General Mu saw that Gu Beiwei hadn't returned, would he discover something strange? Would he come to look for him? When would he come? Would it be too late to wait for General Mu to send someone to bring the medicine back? Without Gu Beiwei, would the ingredients in the prescription be found in such a short time? What if General Mu thought that Gu Beiwei had tricked him? What would she do then? Calmness was the most basic quality of a physician. Even in the face of death, a physician would remain calm. However, at this very moment, Han Yunxi was extremely irritable. She couldn't afford to wait, nor could she afford to gamble. Time slowly passed. Han Yunxi gripped the iron bars with both hands, her heart beating faster and faster. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe her as a trapped beast. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed and landed in front of her. Han Yunxi was stunned at first. Seeing the black-clothed masked man holding a broadsword, she hurriedly retreated. "Who are you?" "Han Yunxi, someone paid to get you out. Stop talking nonsense and come with me," the black-clothed man said. With a slash of his broadsword, he cut the lock and rushed in. Assassin? Prison break? Her enemies wished that she would never leave the prison. How could they spend money to break her out? Recalling the scene in the prison this morning, Han Yunxi more or less guessed something strange. Presumably, after she was rescued, the next day she would be accused of absconding. Just as she was about to hide, the black-clothed man had already grabbed her shoulder. Han Yunxi wanted to struggle and shout, but suddenly she stopped moving. Opportunity! The opportunity to leave the prison to save people has come, hasn't it? Hero, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. I'm willing to go with you. Han Yunxi pretended to be afraid. As long as you obediently follow me, I promise I won't kill you. The black-clothed assassin was eager for Han Yunxi to be obedient. Han Yunxi nodded again and again. Thus, the black-clothed assassin took her out of the prison cell and went to the main gate. Along the way, Han Yunxi saw many prison guards lying on the ground. There were also several prison guards. It seemed that the black-clothed assassin really killed his way here. When they went out of the main gate, they met several prison guards. The black-clothed assassin's martial arts was strong and incomparably brave. He stabbed them one by one and brought Han Yunxi out of the main gate. A doctor's eyes were the sharpest of all, able to discern even the smallest details. Han Yunxi had her suspicions before, but now she was certain that the black-robed assassin was one of the North Court officials' men. He'd purposely lured her out to frame her with the crime of absconding. The black-clothed assassin did not stop after they went out of the main gate. He took Han Yunxi and ran a distance away from the main gate. They stopped in a small alley. "Where are you taking me?" Han Yunxi timidly asked. The black-clothed assassin sneered. "Qin Wangfei, the person who hired me wants to kill you. However, you must die outside the prison." I'm sorry." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his large knife and chopped towards Han Yunxi's neck. Han Yunxi hastily dodged. The black-clothed assassin disdainfully laughed. "The sky is about to brighten. Qin Wangfei, this little one will send you on your way." However, just as he raised his large knife, who knew that his hand would suddenly cramp? In an instant, he lost all his strength and the large knife fell to the ground with a clang. At the same time, his other hand and the bones in both his legs suddenly spasmed. Following that, he lost all his strength and his entire body collapsed on the ground. You! The black-clothed assassin powerlessly laid on the ground. He was so shocked that he could not speak. Chapter 32. Han Yunxi's timid expression vanished without a trace to be replaced by indescribable fury. She viciously stomped on the assassin's face. "You what? I'll send you to your death. Go back and tell He Zhe of the North Court that this Wang Fei will remember this debt." She was a doctor, and a doctor of poisons at that. To put it nicely, she was a poisons master. She knew how to treat poisons, but she was even better at poisoning. The black-robed assassin had pulled her hand all the way here from the prison cell, completely unguarded. If she didn't seize the chance to poison him, she'd be letting down her professional ethics. Han Yunxi knew that as soon as she left the justice court's prisons, she'd be accused of absconding regardless of whether she died or not. But time was of the essence, so she threw caution to the wind. Since those people wanted her to escape, then she might as well make the accusation a reality. After tossing and turning for over an hour, she had less than an hour left. After leaving the alley, Han Yunxi ran for her life towards General Mu's estate, her thin figure running through the early morning mist like a little deer. "Master, that looks like esteemed Wang Fei," Chu Shifeng said timidly. He and the Duke of Qin had just returned to the city after searching for medicine when they ran into Qin Wang Fei. Fortunately, they dodged in time, or else they really would have been sent flying. Right now, master and servant were hiding on a rooftop by the road. Long Fei Yi was dressed in white brocade robes, looking extraordinarily handsome and noble. He furrowed his brows and chased after the woman without a word. Why was this woman running so fast so early in the morning? Was she running for her life? Han Yunxi ran and ran with all her might. She was running to save a life, but she ran even faster than running for her life. Why was the damned justice courts so far away from the general's estate? Han Yunxi had no idea how fast she ran. By the time she reached the general's gates, she was out of breath. She pulled on the door knocker and pounded on it until she couldn't speak. Very soon, the guard opened the door and was given a fright when he saw her. "Qin Wang Fei, why is it you? Where's Imperial Physician Gu? Quick!" Han Yunxi was still gasping for breath. She couldn't speak, so she simply stopped talking. She pushed open the door guard and was about to rush inside. Unexpectedly, a loud shout came from behind. "Han Yunxi, why are you here? Stop right there!" Who else could this voice be other than Princess Chongping? Han Yunxi's footsteps paused. She didn't turn around and immediately ran inside. Princess Chongping panicked. "Men, chase after her." Han Yunxi escaped from prison. Several attendants hurriedly chased after him. Princess Chongping also lifted her long skirt and ran over. She had just received news from Hizei of the Northern Court that Gu Beiwei had been imprisoned. She immediately went to find Divine Dr. Han. Divine Dr. Han said that he still needed to wait for news from the Medical Academy's board of directors and recommended an imperial physician. Han Yunxi once again ran with all her might, madly running towards Mu Qingwu's bedroom. Several attendants and Princess Chongping chased after her with all their might. Very soon, the quiet general's estate was in chaos. Han Yunxi firmly believed that this was the fastest she'd ever run in her life. When she reached Mu Qingwu's door, she almost ran into it. Fortunately, she pressed her hand against the door and stopped. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! She frantically knocked on the door while gasping for breath. General Mu, who was personally guarding the door, hurriedly opened it. When he saw Han Yunxi, he jumped in fright. "You! Han Yunxi, why is it you? Where's Gu Beiwei? Didn't he go?" Gu Beiwei hadn't returned. He'd already sent people to look for him, but those people hadn't returned. He was anxious but didn't dare to leave Mu Qingwu's side. Now that he saw Han Yunxi, he was truly a bit stunned. Han Yunxi was truly out of breath. She gestured inside, indicating that General Mu should let her in. At this time, Princess Chongping's voice came from behind. Han Yunxi, stop right there, don't let her in. General Mu, she's a fugitive. Stop her." What was going on? No matter what happened, curing the poison was the most important thing. General Mu saw Gu Beiwei take out a black sample of poison blood from Mu Qingwu's wound. He also saw Mu Qingwu's lips turn black. Even if he didn't know anything about medicine or poison, he knew that the poison had flared up. Even if he didn't believe Han Yunxi, he had no choice but to believe it. Han Yunxi said he was poisoned, so he really was poisoned. Han Yunxi said that the poison would show itself in these few days, so it really came true. Wasn't the poison needle in Qingwu's body also taken out by Han Yunxi? The more General Mu thought about it, the more he felt that something wasn't right. Han Yunshi had diagnosed it, but Han Kongan hadn't seen it. He'd even said that he wanted to invite the Medical Academy's board of directors to treat him, but they still hadn't come. Curing the poison, how urgent was that? General Mu would acknowledge whoever could cure the poison as his ancestor. Thinking of this, General Mu recalled Gu Beiyue's reminder before he left. The Empress Dowager had personally issued an arrest warrant to lock up Han Yunshi. No matter what, the Empress Dowager would have people come up with evidence. And the evidence was Mu Qingwu. General Mu wasn't a fool. Of course, he knew that the Crown Prince's faction had been coveting Qingwu's military power for a long time. Seeing Princess Chongping's people chasing after him, General Mu made a prompt decision. He pushed Han Yunshi into the room and went out himself. He closed the door behind him and even locked it. As soon as the door was locked, Princess Chongping's attendants arrived. Seeing General Mu standing at the door like a demon, the attendants, who were used to relying on others' power, became timid. They pushed each other, not daring to come forward. Princess Chongping was so angry that she couldn't run anymore. She panted as she walked over. It took her a long time to catch her breath. She ordered, "General Mu, immediately open the door for this princess." "Princess Chongping, this is my son's bedroom. What are you trying to do so early in the morning?" General Mu asked unhappily. Princess Chongping was stunned. What was wrong with General Mu? Didn't he also hate Han Yunshi? It was Han Yunshi who had caused Qingwu Gij to be like this. "General Mu, are you crazy? You let Han Yunshi, that murderer, in. What are you trying to do?" Princess Chongping was furious. "Imperial physician Gu is treating him. Don't make trouble." General Mu wasn't polite at all. Princess Chongping was dumbfounded. She immediately shouted, "General Mu, you're possessed. You're still pretending. I saw you let Han Yunshi in. This princess is telling you, Han Yunshi is a fugitive. Are you harboring a criminal?" "Princess, you're mistaken. Qin Wangfei is locked up in the imperial prison. How could she be in my Mu estate?" General Mu lied confidently. For his son, he was willing to lie with his eyes open. As long as his son could wake up, everything would be easy. "You." Princess Chongping was furious. "I clearly saw it. You're lying." "That's right. General Mu, you're a first-rank official. You can't lie with your eyes open." The attendant hurriedly echoed. General Mu glared at him. "You also know that this general is a first-rank official. What qualifications do you have to speak to this general? Why aren't you retreating?" The attendant's face was ashen. He could only resentfully retreat behind Princess Chongping. Princess Chongping pouted. "Humph, I don't care. I saw it. I want to go in." As she spoke, she really wanted to force her way in. General Mu simply leaned against the door and opened his arms. "Qingwu is seriously ill and needs to rest. Old man, let's see who dares to force their way in today. Without the Emperor's orders, even if this old man dies here, I won't open the door." Inside the room, Han Yunshi was in the midst of doing another scan to determine the depth and location of the poison. Hearing General Mu's words, she let out a sigh of relief. At least this old thing wasn't muddle-headed. She only had 30 minutes left. There wasn't enough time to brew the medicine and then find a way to concoct the antidote. Since she was here, she naturally had to use acupuncture to expel the poison. The detoxification system's scanner was currently scanning back and forth. The poison's location would soon be determined. At the door, Princess Chongping was currently tugging on General Mu's hand. She pulled with all her strength, but no matter what, she couldn't move it. "General Mu, you'll kill Qingwu Gij. No matter what, you can't let Han Yunshi stay inside by herself. I brought an imperial physician. You should at least let him in to take a look. Han Yunshi already treated him twice. Both times there was no effect. She said he would wake up, but he still hasn't woken up. She really can't be trusted." General Mu, I'm begging you, let the imperial physician in. Imperial physician? Sent by the Empress Dowager, right? General Mu sneered inwardly. His body was like a mountain, unmoving. Princess Chongping couldn't move him, nor could she persuade him. Just as she was feeling anxious, Mu Luiyue suddenly led a group of people over. This group was none other than the North Court official, He Zhe, and his men. She'd come up with a brilliant plan for the North Court official. She'd arranged for an assassin to break out of prison and kill Han Yunxi. Then, she'd lead the troops in pursuit. After seeing Han Yunxi's corpse, she'd frame her with the crime of fleeing and dying. But who knew that a weak woman like Han Yunxi would actually be able to escape from the assassin's blade? If it wasn't for Mu Liuyue's report, the North Court official really wouldn't know where to find her. Seeing the North Court official bring a group of soldiers over, Princess Chongping was overjoyed. She hurriedly said, "North Court official, Han Yunxi is in the room. Hurry up and capture her." When General Mu saw the North Court official, he knew things weren't good. He wanted nothing more than to hang Mu Luiyue up and give her a good beating. In times of chaos, it was the world of soldiers. In times of peace, it was the world of officials. Soldiers couldn't fight with officials, otherwise they'd be accused of plotting a rebellion. Inside the room, Han Yunxi had already found the exact location of the 10,000 snake poison. The poison would gather at Mu Qingwu's chest, erupting bit by bit from the depths. This location was very close to the heart, so she had to use the needles immediately. She couldn't afford to waste any time. Han Yunxi rejoiced that she'd come early. She tried her best to ignore the sounds outside the door. Calming herself down, she focused her mind and took out the needles she needed, placing them one by one to the side. She then began to undo Mu Qingwu's clothes, searching for the exact acupoints. "General Mu, this one's duty is to pursue a fugitive. I hope you can make things easy for me." The North Court official was still very polite. "The fugitive isn't here. North Court official, please." General Mu didn't give him any face, blocking the door and not moving. Princess Chongping clearly saw the fugitive enter. Could it be that General Mu thinks she's lying? The North Court official asked again. General Mu didn't reply, turning his head to look elsewhere. "General Mu, since you don't want to cooperate, then don't blame this official for being rude." The North Court official first tried peaceful means before resorting to force. His voice was cold as he ordered, "Men, please move General Mu aside and search the room." In an instant, the soldiers surrounded General Mu, wanting to capture him. The North Court official was different from Princess Chongping. He had the authority to capture fugitives and had a legitimate reason to use the soldiers. "You dare?" General Mu roared, scaring everyone into not daring to move. He was a great general with hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command. "We're following the Empress Dowager's orders to capture a fugitive. What are you all standing around for?" The North Court official was also angry. Chapter 33. Inside the room, Han Yunxi was in the middle of inserting the first gold needle. She was very unwilling, but she still heard the commotion outside. At this juncture, if those people barged in, things would become even more troublesome. They would definitely accuse her of a second murder. However, her acupuncture technique couldn't be rushed and had to be done one by one. "General Mu, you must hold on." She didn't even notice the cold sweat on her temples. Han Yunxi gritted her teeth and once again concentrated on inserting the second gold needle. With He Zhe of the North Court's words, the soldiers all stepped forward. General Mu's brows were tightly knitted and he couldn't bear it any longer. He impulsively pulled out his long sword. "Guards, protect young general." Just as he finished speaking, a group of soldiers rushed out from the side of the room, all of them holding long spears. Seeing this, He Zhe of the North Court took in a cold breath and angrily questioned, "General Mu, what do you mean by this? Are you going to mobilize the soldiers?" This time, the surrounding people were all dumbstruck. They didn't expect General Mu to do this. Although there was a saying, When a general is away, the emperor's orders are not obeyed. General Mu was currently in the capital. Without the emperor's orders, he couldn't mobilize the soldiers. Furthermore, the soldiers under his command could only be stationed outside the capital. He only left a small group of soldiers in the residence to act as guards. How could soldiers go against the soldiers? Moreover, Heizei of the North Court was under orders to arrest people. Was General Mu going to defy the Empress Dowager's imperial edict and openly rebel? General Mu was very clear about the consequences of his actions. But for his son's life, he was going to risk everything. General Mu, I'm under orders to arrest people. You dare to mobilize the soldiers against me? Are you really going to rebel? Heizei of the North Court said sternly. Father! Suddenly, Mu Luiwe cried out, Father, calm down, calm down. At the side, the housekeeper and attendants were also flustered. They didn't expect things to develop to this stage. Even if it was for young General Mu couldn't mobilize the soldiers and give people a reason to criticize him. If this matter were to reach the emperor, the crime of rebellion, especially when the soldiers rebelled, was punishable by the execution of 9 generations of the family. How many people in the imperial court were waiting to find fault with the general's residence? After being yelled at by his family, General Mu finally calmed down. He glared fiercely at Heizei of the North Court, but his heart was filled with sorrow. This was the sorrow of being an official. This was his Achilles' heel. No matter how much the emperor valued him, as long as he raised his troops for no reason, or if he went against the government for no reason, then only death awaited him. There was no room for negotiation. In times of peace and prosperity, generals were actually the most useless people in the imperial capital. General Mu resentfully put down his sword, and the surrounding soldiers could only retreat. Seeing this, Heizei of the North Court was overjoyed. With a look, a few burly soldiers captured General Mu. It was not that General Mu could not resist, but that he could not resist as a general. General Mu was escorted to the side. Heizei of the Northern Court was pleased with his success. General Mu, don't worry. If we find Han Yunshi, this official won't dare to accuse you of harboring an escaped concubine. This official will say that you have done a meritorious deed by reporting her. Ha! General Mu was so angry that his teeth were about to shatter. He looked at Heizei of the North Court and mournfully shouted to Princess Changping, Princess Changping, Qingwu really was poisoned. Han Yunshi's diagnosis wasn't wrong. The detoxification is urgent. She's saving Qingwu's life right now. Princess Changping didn't believe a useless piece of trash like Han Yunshi. You've been possessed. What nonsense are you saying? As she spoke, she hurriedly shouted, Imperial physician, someone come, find an imperial physician. Where's the imperial physician? A trace of coldness flashed through Heizei of the North Court's eyes. The Empress Dowager had already issued a secret order to take Mu Qingwu's life. Han Yunshi had come at the right time. She was the best candidate for the murderer. Someone come, break that lock. Heizei of the North Court suddenly shouted. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing Han Yunshi to jump in fright. The hand holding the needles trembled for the first time. There were still a few gold needles in her hand, but her hand was trembling as much as her heart. The rustling sounds outside the door indicated that those people were removing the lock. In the next moment, they would push the door open and enter. At this moment, Han Yunshi's delicate and pretty little face had drooping eyes and her tender lips were tightly pursed. She was cold and inviolable. One of her hands continued to insert needles, while the other pulled out Mu Qingwu's dagger and held it in her hand. As long as she had 10 more minutes, she would be able to force the poison out. She was going to risk it all. No matter who tried to stop her, she would take Mu Qingwu hostage. Let's see who would dare to move. Time slowly passed. However, very quickly, Han Yunshi discovered that after the rustling sounds outside the door, there was no more sound. It was completely silent, and even after a long time, no one pushed the door open to enter. What was going on? Not only was it quiet outside the door, there was also no movement at all. Did something happen? Han Yunshi couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it. Nothing was better than having something happen. She had to seize the time to expel the poison from the body. Without any distractions, her concentration was much more focused than before. Her speed was also much faster. One by one, the gold needles were inserted into the corresponding acupoints in an orderly manner. In a short while, Mu Qingwu's chest was filled with over 20 gold needles. His originally white skin gradually turned red, and the color of his eyes deepened. In the end, it was so red that it turned black. Seeing this, Han Yunshi was overjoyed. The poison was about to be forced out. She took out another gold needle, but who knew that at this moment, a wave of loud cheers could be heard from outside the door. Long live His Highness Duke of Qin! Han Yunshi's hand froze. Her self-control had always been very good. Unless it was an extremely special situation, it wasn't easy to disturb her. However, this loud cheer made her subconsciously turn her head. The Duke of Qin. Her new husband Long Feiyi? Heavens, was he here? Was that why everyone was so quiet just now? Why did he come? What did he come for? Did he find the medicinal ingredients so quickly and come to find her? Alright, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that this great deity had come. She was safe, absolutely safe. Han Yunshi really wanted to say, Long Feiyi, you're this lady's destined savior. With Long Feiyi's arrival, Han Yunshi was certain that she was safe. No matter what was said outside, no matter what movement there was, she blocked it all out and focused on expelling the poison from Mu Qingwu's body. At this time, everyone outside the door was kneeling. Even Princess Chongping was bowing, not daring to get up. Mu Luiyue, who had long admired the Duke of Qin, was kneeling at the very back. She seemed to be in a daze as she stared fixedly at Long Feiyi. It was as if she and Long Feiyi were the only things left in the world. Everyone and anything else had been thrown to the back of her mind. Many of the soldiers and guards present had never seen Long Feiyi in person. They all trembled with fear as they lowered their heads. They were both excited and afraid, wanting to look but not daring to. This was a man who existed like a god. Long Feiyi casually stood in front of the door. His tall figure was as straight as a mountain, his cold and hard lines, and his chiseled facial features. He was like a high and mighty monarch, as if all the wind and clouds in the sky were gathered in his eyes. You may all rise. His voice was as cold and unyielding as ever. Everyone stood up, but most didn't dare to raise their heads. Long Feiyi had chased after Han Yunshi all the way here. He had been watching and listening from the rooftop, so he more or less understood the situation. His cold gaze landed on He Zhe of the North Court. North Court official, when did Qin Wangfei become a fugitive? How come this prince didn't know? He Zhe of the North Court trembled as he met Long Feiyi's cold gaze. He immediately lowered his head, his entire body as cold as an ice cellar. Since she was a fugitive, then she had already been imprisoned. The Duke of Qin was questioning why He Zhe of the North Court had arrested her without his permission. Reporting to Your Highness Duke of Qin, this arrest warrant was personally issued by the Empress Dowager. Bringing up Princess Chongping wasn't enough to explain, so he could only bring up his master. So, you're using the Empress Dowager to pressure this prince? Long Feiyi's cold voice became even colder. He Zhe of the North Court knelt down again in fright. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Your Highness Duke of Qin, even if this humble subject had 100 heads, he still wouldn't dare to do such a thing. The situation is like this. The young general was attacked by an assassin. When the imperial bodyguards arrived, the young general was already unconscious. Everyone saw Qin Wangfei point a dagger at the young general's stomach. Afterwards, Qin Wangfei said that she would treat him, but unfortunately, she couldn't cure him even after several attempts. General Mu, is that true? Long Fei Ye's cold gaze landed on General Mu. Even the irascible General Mu wilted in front of the Duke of Qin, replying in a low voice, "Yes." "What's going on now?" Long Fei Yi asked again. General Mu was a bit hesitant, not knowing what to say. "Speak!" Long Fei Yi suddenly roared. Everyone trembled in fright, with General Mu shaking the most. He kowtowed 3 times and reported everything in detail, including Mu Qingwu's poison acting up. "So, you arrested her without any evidence, and now you're trying to stop me when I'm trying to save her?" "No, no. Your Highness Duke of Qin, the Empress Dowager is just being cautious. After all, Qin Wangfei is also a suspect. That's why this humble subject ordered this humble subject to imprison Wangfei first and invite an imperial physician to diagnose her." That's right. Imperial Uncle Qin, Imperial Grandmother dotes on Imperial sister-in-law, but we still have to do things according to the law. Moreover, Han Yunshi hasn't even woken up Qin Gu Gij yet. Who doesn't know that she's the Han family's trash? How can we trust her medical skills? Imperial Uncle Qin, you should let us go in and take a look first. What if? Before Princess Chongping could finish speaking, Long Fei Ye's cold gaze drifted over, causing her to timidly shut her mouth. Long Fei Yi clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. "Amen, indeed, we should do things according to the law." Hearing this, Zhe of the North Court and Princess Chongping both let out sighs of relief. Princess Chongping knew that in Imperial Uncle Qin's eyes, Han Yunshi was nothing more than a servant girl. Imperial Uncle Qin hated her too much, so how could he protect her? Once the atmosphere relaxed, Zhe of the North Court timidly said, "Duke of Qin, how about we let the Imperial physician go in case—" Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi coldly interrupted, "If we disturb her and affect the antidote, will you take responsibility? Take responsibility for the young general's life? Take responsibility for Qin Wangfei's crimes?" Zhe of the North Court was scared out of his wit. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, this old subject believes in esteemed Wangfei. Just let esteemed Wangfei treat him alone," the Grand General earnestly said. With Gu Beiyue's reminder, he no longer trusted the imperial physician Princess Chongping brought. Long Fei Yi stepped aside from the door and coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. "Is there anyone else who wants to go in?" The North Court official and Mu Luiyue timidly looked towards Princess Chongping. Princess Chongping wanted to go in, but she didn't have the guts. "Since there's no one else, then please wait a moment, North Court official," Long Fei Yi indifferently said. Chapter 34. I don't dare. How could Zhe of the North Court endure the word please? However, Long Fei Yi continued, "If Qin Wangfei can't save Mu Qingwu, then bring her back and do your job properly. If Qin Wangfei can save Mu Qingwu—" He paused, his voice suddenly cold. "You don't have enough evidence to lock up this Prince's Wangfei, so don't blame this prince for doing his job properly." Zhe of the North Court quivered, scared silly. He wasn't sure if Han Yunshi was saving or harming someone. He had always listened to Princess Chongping and the Empress Dowager. Everyone waited in trepidation, no one feeling confident. Princess Chongping and Mu Luiyue both hoped that Mu Qingwu would be fine, but didn't want Han Yunshi to escape punishment. They were both conflicted and nervous. The handkerchief in their hands was about to be crushed. The servants brought in a stool. Long Fei Yi sat domineeringly at the door, like a god who looked down on everything. He said to wait. Even if he waited for 3 days and 3 nights, no one would be able to move him. The more Zhe of the North Court thought, the more afraid he became. He wasn't like the others. He was just a small justice. Mu Qingwu's life and death had nothing to do with him. If this continued, if Mu Qingwu really woke up, he would be finished. No, he had to think of a way to get in. But who knew that at this time, the sound of knocking could be heard from behind Long Fei Yi. The The person inside was knocking on the door? For a moment the entire crowd was silent. Everyone's gaze focused on the door. The sound of knocking seemed to be knocking on everyone's hearts. Dong, dong, dong. There were only Mu Qingwu and Han Yunxi in the room. Who could be knocking on the door? Long Fei lazily rose to his feet and personally removed the chair. The door had been bolted from the outside, and the broken lock was still hanging from its hinges. Did Han Yunxi cure Mu Qingwu's poison? General Mu was both excited and nervous. He wanted nothing more than to push the door open. However, seeing that the Duke of Qin had no intention of moving aside, he could only suppress his anxiety. Long Fei wasn't in a hurry to open the door. Instead, he looked at He Zhe of the North Court meaningfully. He Zhe of the North Court's heart was about to jump out of his chest. His legs went soft and his vision turned black. He didn't know what the outcome would be. He really wanted to close his eyes and not watch. Long Fei personally removed the chair, removed the iron chain, and pulled open the door bolt. Everyone's eyes were fixed on his hands. Following his every movement, no one was not scared witless and held their breaths. The people inside seemed to have heard the sound of the door bolt being pulled open and stopped knocking. This time, the whole place became even more silent. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. Abruptly, Long Fei pushed open the door. Bang! At this moment, He Zhe of the North Court's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He saw a person standing inside the door. His figure was tall and straight, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His facial features were especially deep. Although his face was as white as paper, the charm in his large eyes was still there, shining with a candid light. This person was none other than young General Mu Qingwu. He was awake. Not only was he awake, his eyes were bright as he stood at the door. His angry gaze was fixed on He Zhe of the North Court. He woke up just after the poison was cured. When his wound was bandaged, Han Yunxi told him everything. Everyone had yet to regain their senses when Mu Qingwu suddenly shouted angrily, "He Zhe of the North Court, what is the meaning of this? Qin Wangfei is this general's savior. What right do you have to say that she was an assassin and frame her for misdiagnosis? What right do you have to lock her up? Without her, this general's life would have been long gone. What, do you also wish for this general to die?" Heavens, Mu Qingwu actually woke up. Han Yunxi really saved him and woke him up. It's over, it's over, it's all over. He Zhe of the North Court's legs trembled and he almost collapsed. It's a misunderstanding. Young General, this official is innocent. This official really didn't know that Qin Wangfei could save you. Mu Qingwu angrily glared at General Mu. Father, Qin Wangfei has no enmity with this child, so why would she harm this child? How could she be an assassin? That day, this child was poisoned by an assassin. It was Qin Wangfei who saved this child. This child only lost consciousness after seeing her. General Mu's face turned red as he felt ashamed. Father, I was just worried. You've become muddle-headed. You almost took the lives of esteemed Wangfei and this child. Mu Qingwu reprimanded. General Mu already knew that he was wrong and quickly knelt down. Old man was wrong. Wrong. Mu Qingwu was filled with righteousness and anger. He clutched his wound and walked over the threshold. Just as he was about to continue reprimanding, he noticed that Duke of Qin, Long Fei, was standing to the side. He jumped in fright and immediately knelt down to greet him. With the Duke of Qin present, how could he speak so loudly? Forget it. Where's Han Yunxi? Long Fei asked. At this time, Han Yunxi had just finished tidying up. She washed her hands and walked out just in time to hear Long Fei say her name. She didn't know if it was because his deep voice was very pleasant to hear or if it was because her name was pleasant to hear, but in any case, Han Yunxi felt very comfortable when she heard it. "Chenxie is here." Han Yunxi was very obedient. She walked out with a docile face and obediently stood by his side. In a flash, everyone's gazes shifted from Mu Qingwu to Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. After all, no one had ever seen the two of them stand together since their wedding. As for the relationship between the two of them, no one knew. Han Yunxi, who had a petite figure but a powerful aura, stood by Long Feiyi's side. In an instant, she looked like a little bird relying on its master. As soon as Han Yunxi entered the gates of the Duke of Qin's estate, there were all sorts of bad rumors circulating outside. Some even predicted that Han Yunxi would never see His Highness Duke of Qin. But this time, Grand Concubine Yi hadn't even made a move. Instead, the Duke of Qin had appeared in person, surprising everyone. Could it be that Han Yunxi had turned over a new leaf because of her beauty? Just what was the Duke of Qin's attitude towards her? Why did you escape from prison? Long Feiyi asked. Escape from prison? Only criminals escape from prison. I didn't commit any crimes, right? I don't count as a fugitive, right? Han Yunxi's face was innocent as she turned to ask sincerely. North Court official, what you say counts. Do you think I escaped from prison? As soon as Mu Qingwu woke up, Han Yunxi had told him everything. With Mu Qingwu as the witness, even the emperor had no chance of convicting her. Since Long Feiyi was here, he wouldn't let her suffer any losses. He couldn't be here to lose face, right? The current Han Yunxi was full of confidence. Escape from prison? Faced with this question, He of the North Court wanted to kill himself. No, esteemed Wang Fei didn't commit any crimes. She's not a fugitive. If I didn't commit any crimes, then why did you imprison me? Han Yunxi asked seriously. He of the North Court panicked. His logic was all messed up and he didn't know how to explain himself. He knelt down and kowtowed. It's a misunderstanding, it's really a misunderstanding. This official kowtows to esteemed Wang Fei and apologizes to esteemed Wang Fei. Esteemed Wang Fei, please spare my life. Han Yunxi blinked her innocent eyes. Your Highness, does the North Court official mean to say that he's framing me? Misunderstanding and framing were two completely different things. Framing the Duke of Qin's official consort? This crime wasn't a small one. He of the North Court stiffened. He wanted to cry, but it was useless even if he cried himself to death. He could only continue kowtowing and pleading. Your Highness Duke of Qin, please spare my life. Esteemed Wang Fei, please spare my life. This official knows his wrongs. He knows his wrongs. Han Yunxi's eyes flashed with hatred. That night, when he splashed her with ice water and sent people to assassinate her, did He of the North Court ever think of his current fate? If Long Feiyi hadn't appeared in time to stop this group of people, Mu Qingwu would have already died from the poison. As for her, the evidence was conclusive. She had committed a capital crime. No matter how much He of the North Court kowtowed, Han Yunxi remained indifferent. If people respect me a foot, I'll respect them 10 feet. If people destroy my 3 grains, I'll steal their 3 grains. She was a doctor, not a saint. She wouldn't save everyone. She was a little girl, not a man. She didn't have the magnanimity to forgive those who harmed her. With Long Feiyi as her strong backing, Han Yunxi knew that the tables had turned. She calmly looked towards Princess Chongping. Princess Chongping's heart felt guilty. She didn't even have time to be happy that Mu Qingwu was awake. She resentfully lowered her head. However, the hatred in her heart was too strong. She couldn't accept the reality in front of her eyes. Han Yunxi, this trash, actually saved her Qingwu Gij? Even Han Yunxi's father was powerless. Where did Han Yunxi's ability come from? She didn't believe it. She saw that Qingwu Gij's chest was also wrapped in bandages. Heavens knew what this woman had done to him in the room. A woman looking at a man's body? Did she have any shame? What she couldn't accept the most was that as soon as Qingwu Gij woke up, he actually got out of bed and got angry. Wasn't this all to protect Han Yunxi and testify for her? Normally, when Qingwu Gij protected Mu Luiyue, his biological sister, she would feel jealous. How could he protect another woman? Princess Chongping lowered her head, but not her heart. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Long Fei Yi didn't have the leisure to stay here and listen to someone beg for mercy. He impatiently glanced at He Zhe of the North Court and coldly said, "This prince already said that official matters must be done according to the law. Men, take them away and hand them over to the Ministry of Appointments for punishment." As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers under He Zhe of the North Court all rushed forward. To be able to serve the Duke of Qin, even if it was just once, would be the glory of a lifetime. This was undoubtedly a resounding slap to He Zhe of the North Court's face. He Zhe of the Northern Court couldn't care less about losing face. He rushed over to Princess Chongping's side, kneeling and begging. "Princess Chongping, this lowly official will listen to you on this matter. You have to explain this lowly official and plead for leniency." The Duke of Qin had already interfered in this matter. More importantly, Mu Qingwu had also woken up. The Empress Dowager would naturally restrain herself and clear all responsibility. Once this matter was handed over to the Ministry of Appointments, not only would He Zhe of the North Court lose his position, he would also be severely punished. Princess Chongping kicked He Zhe of the North Court aside. "You still dare to speak? Weren't you the one who instigated me? Men, take him away." He Zhe of the North Court cried out, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me. It was Mu Lu." Before He Zhe of the North Court could finish speaking, Mu Luyue stuffed his mouth shut. "You dog official, you almost took my brother's life. It was all you who instigated Princess Chongping. The Duke of Qin is impartial and won't allow you to quibble." Mu Luyue's face was full of righteousness, but her heart was anxious. She was afraid that the Duke of Qin would find out the truth and have a bad impression of her. Unfortunately, despite her efforts in acting, the Long Fei Yi treated her like air and didn't even spare her a glance. Han Yunxi watched Mu Liyue's performance, her heart filled with anger. Even if she and this big ice cube were only a couple in name, they were still husband and wife. "You're using tricks to curry favor. Do you think I don't exist?" Thinking up to here, Han Yunxi smiled lightly. "Third Miss Mu, speaking of which, the one who's been saying that I have ulterior motives and want to harm your brother is you, right?" Chapter 35. After being exposed in front of everyone, Mu Luyue panicked. "You. I was only worried about my brother's safety. In that situation, who knew if you had good intentions or bad intentions? A woman like you shouldn't hold on to such a small mistake. Unfilial daughter, why aren't you shutting up? Pa!" A swift and severe whip sound cut off the rest of Mu Liyue's words. "Father! You hit me!" The wound on Mu Liyue's arm was even deeper than Han Yunxi's the other day, leaving a deep gash on her arm. General Mu's anger soared to the heavens. "This old man is hitting you! At such a young age, you're already so vicious." Qin Wangfei was sincerely treating the patient, but you made wild guesses and went against Wangfei at every turn. You almost took your brother's life. Shouldn't this kind of unfilial daughter be hit? After saying this, he lashed out with the whip again. Mu Liyue's body had another bloody wound. She was so scared that she covered her head with both hands and cried bitterly. "Don't hit me! Father, I know I was wrong. Woo-woo. I won't do it again, I won't do it again." General Mu threw down the whip and knelt in front of Han Yunxi. "Esteemed Wangfei, this old official thanks you for saving my son." As he spoke, he heavily kowtowed. Then he continued, "This old official framed you. This old official deserves to be punished. Your Highness Duke of Qin, please punish me. Your Highness Wangfei, please punish me." This crude, barbaric, and simple-minded old thing was actually magnanimous. He admitted his mistakes, unlike He Zhe of the North Court and Mu Luyue, who had a lot of excuses. However, this wasn't enough to let him off the hook. He was the main cause of this matter. Han Yunxi had never been so kind. Seeing that Long Fei Yi did not speak for a long time, Han Yunxi boldly made the decision. "General Mu, you're already so old. The salt you've eaten is more than the rice we've eaten. Why can't you tell right from wrong? Can't you see right from wrong? Everyone could tell that this right and wrong was a reference to Princess Chongping and Mu Luiyue. Princess Chongping clenched her fists in anger. She wanted to argue, but since the other party didn't mention any names, she couldn't. General Mu nodded repeatedly. This old subject has become muddle-headed. In the future, when you look at people and things, you have to keep your eyes open. You are also a person of virtue and prestige, so this princess will not punish you. I only hope that you remember that this princess is not a waste. As soon as Han Yunxi said this, Long Fei Ye's cold eyes became deep. This woman was quite smart. General Mu was different from the North Court official. General Mu was a general who controlled a large number of troops. Moreover, he wasn't the one who complained, nor was he the one who locked up Han Yunxi. For her to teach him a lesson was already pretty good. How could she really punish him? Han Yunxi's actions left General Mu with a lot of face. The Mu family owed Han Yunxi a favor. Yes, this old subject will obey. A trace of admiration flashed in General Mu's eyes as he straightforwardly agreed. After speaking with General Mu, Han Yunxi turned to Princess Chongping. Starting from this matter, Han Yunxi had suffered all kinds of grievances because of this unruly and vicious princess. If she didn't teach her a lesson, Han Yunxi wouldn't be able to vent her anger. However, Chongping was a noble princess. Punishing her wasn't something that Han Yunxi, the imperial aunt, could do. Han Yunxi looked at Long Fei Yi, thinking, will this big ice cube say a few words of justice for me? At this time, Princess Chongping also secretly glanced at Long Fei Yi. Seeing that his complexion wasn't very good, she felt a bit nervous. Timidly, she came forward and bowed. Imperial Uncle Qin, Chongping was worried about Qingwu Gij, so I became muddle-headed and listened to slander. That's why I chased after the North Court official to cause trouble. Please forgive me this time. The one who suffered was your imperial aunt, not this prince, Long Fei Yi said. These words were out of Han Yunxi's expectations. This guy came, but he pushed everything away. With this kind of unclear attitude, who could figure out his true thoughts? This big ice cube came to save her for the sake of the Duke of Qin's household's face, as well as to cure the poison. Han Yunxi was certain of this. Princess Chongping also couldn't figure out these words. However, she didn't believe that Imperial Uncle Qin came for Han Yunxi. The reason he came was more to protect the Duke of Qin's household's face. In front of the Duke of Qin, Princess Chongping didn't dare to be too arrogant. Even if there were 100 or 1,000 unwillingness in her heart, she still lowered her head. Imperial Aunt, Chongping misunderstood you. This apology was said like a mosquito's hum. She couldn't take it lying down. She clenched her fists tightly in her sleeves, her nails digging into her palms. She'd been utterly humiliated today. She snuck a peek at Mu Qingwu, only to see him glaring at her with disgust. Princess Chongping was about to go crazy from anger. She secretly bore a grudge. Han Yunxi, it's all because of you. This time, you were lucky. Next time, you definitely won't be so lucky. At this time, Mu Qingwu clutched his wound and knelt down. Many thanks to your Highness Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei for saving my life. Han Yunxi hurriedly reached out to support him. Young general, your injury hasn't healed yet. Hurry and get up. Your wound is about to split open. It'll be enough for you to lie in bed for 8 to 10 days. Mu Qingwu didn't dare to let Han Yunxi support him and hurriedly dodged. In fact, if possible, he really wanted to chat with this woman for a bit longer before opening the door. That day, when he saw this woman walk into the Duke of Qin's household alone, he knew that this woman was different. Unfortunately, his injury was too heavy. As soon as he dodged, his vision darkened and he lost his balance, falling towards Han Yunxi. Qingwu Gij! Princess Chongping shouted. She dashed over like an arrow and pulled Mu Qingwu over to her side. Mu Qingwu was already unconscious. Princess Chongping looked towards Han Yunshi, her face full of anger. Han Yunshi, why did Qingwu Gij faint again? Did you do something? Han Yunshi ignored Princess Chongping, and called General Mu over to support Mu Qingwu to the bed. Han Yunshi checked his pulse before saying, "He's been unconscious for many days. His body doesn't have enough energy. Let him rest. When he wakes up, feed him some millet congee. He can only start to nourish himself after 3 days. Take it step by step and don't overdo it." General Mu nodded repeatedly. "Many thanks to Qin Wangfei. The Mu household will remember your life-saving grace." Seeing this scene, Princess Chongping's heart burned with anger. "General Mu, why do you listen to this woman? Qingwu Gij was fine just now, but now he's fainted. There must be a problem." General Mu's heart burned with anger. He wanted nothing more than to whip Princess Chongping like he did to Mu Luiyue. Unfortunately, Chongping was a princess and wasn't someone he could discipline. He had no choice but to endure. However, he had already made up his mind. Princess Chongping was unruly and willful. With her around, there wouldn't be any good days in the household. No matter what, he definitely wouldn't let Princess Chongping marry into the Mu household. After taking a few deep breaths, General Mu calmed himself down. Coldly, he said, "Your Highness, Qingwu is fine for now. Please return." Princess Chongping immediately shook her head. "No, I want to guard him. If he doesn't wake up, I won't return. I want to take care of him." "Your Highness, you're a golden branch and jade leaf. A single word from you can take our Qingwu's life. Qingwu can't afford your care." General Mu couldn't help but spit it out. He couldn't hit the princess, but he could at least say a few words. Princess Chongping wasn't stupid. She could hear the mockery in his words. She pursed her lips and was about to cry. "General Mu, are you blaming me? I didn't do it on purpose. Your Highness misunderstands. This old subject doesn't dare. This old subject only feels that men and women shouldn't touch each other. If your Highness stays, people will gossip. It's better if you return," General Mu said coldly. At the side, Han Yunshi was about to laugh out loud. Anyone could see Princess Chongping's admiration for Mu Qingwu. With her status, this marriage should have been in the bag. However, with her stirring up trouble this time, it would be strange if General Mu could tolerate her. If General Mu didn't agree, even the Emperor and Empress Dowager couldn't force him. If Princess Chongping wanted to marry into the Mu estate, it would be wishful thinking. However, this was her reaping what she sowed. Han Yunshi wouldn't feel pity for her. Princess Chongping also knew that General Mu didn't approve of their marriage, but even so, he'd never speak to her like this before. She wanted to say more, but General Mu's expression was cold. Her eyes couldn't help but sting. Turning her head, she saw Han Yunshi looking at her with a smile. Her heart burned with anger. "What are you laughing at? Sooner or later, you'll cry." Princess Chongping fiercely roared. Stomping her foot, she turned and ran away with tears in her eyes. Han Yunshi didn't mind at all. Looking at Princess Chongping's departing figure, her lips hooked up in a cheerful smile. "Princess Chongping, let's see how long you can hold on. The poison from that day in the Supreme Court's prison will soon act up. This is a modern virus. In the ancient times, no one can cure you. When the time comes, let's see who's the one crying." Han Yunshi didn't say much. She left behind a few packets of medicinal herbs and gave detailed instructions to General Mu on how to change the medicine, as well as all the taboo matters. General Mu noted it all down. At the door, Long Feiyi watched everything without batting an eyelid. At this time, he finally opened his mouth. His voice was almost devoid of warmth. "Han Yunshi, you should go back now, right?" In her anxiety, she'd actually left this great deity hanging at the door. "I'll go back now." She ran out with a smile on her face. She had a faint feeling that this guy wasn't very happy. Fine, she'd entered the prison just a few days after their marriage. As the husband, he really didn't have much to be happy about. General Mu and the others hurriedly came out to send her off. Long Fei didn't say anything else and turned to leave. He had such a cold personality. He was like an iceberg, but also like a mystery. Everyone was afraid of him and curious about him. Han Yunshi obediently followed. Thinking back to the warning she'd given Princess Chongping, she felt it was funny. She'd really hit the nail on the head and let this guy Long Fei bring her home. Long Fei's legs were long and he walked very quickly. Han Yunshi had to jog to keep up. Finally, when she was about to leave General Mu's residence, she remembered something. Gu Beiwei was still locked up in the prison. That guy was secretly locked up by He of the North Court. Not many people knew about it. He wouldn't be tortured, right? Seeing Long Fei get on the carriage, Han Yunshi timidly said, "Your Highness, I forgot something. Can you wait for me?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Han Yunshi regretted it. How could a great deity like Long Fei wait for her? Thus, just as Long Fei was about to speak, she hurriedly said, "Your Highness, how about you go back first? I'll be back soon." Unexpectedly, Long Fei didn't even spare her a glance. He directly lowered the curtain and said coldly, "If I don't see you in the hibiscus courtyard in an hour, you'll have to bear the consequences." He was so cold that he didn't even ask her what the matter was and had the coachman leave. Han Yunshi was stunned. So cold. She shivered and hurriedly turned back to ask General Mu for the life and death agreement. She also had General Mu quickly go to the Supreme Court to release her. Chapter 36. After explaining things clearly, Han Yunshi rushed back to the Duke of Qin's estate right on time. In his sleeping quarters, Long Fei had already changed his clothes and was reclining in a rocking chair in his study. His soft, golden robes accentuated his innate nobility to the extreme. This was the first time Han Yunshi had seen a man who could wear nouveau riche gold so well. It was easy to feel inferior in front of him. Han Yunshi adjusted her breathing and stepped forward. "Your Highness, the 3 ingredients are on the table. You can start making the antidote now," Long Fei said mildly without sparing her a glance. Han Yunshi glanced at the short table on the side and saw 3 large piles of ingredients: purple summer, purple autumn, and purple winter. Goodness gracious, these ingredients weren't easy to find. She never expected this guy to find such a large pile. Han Yunshi was secretly delighted. Actually, she only needed a small amount. The rest could be used to expand the detox system's inventory. These ingredients could be used to treat many different poisons according to different formulas. "Your Highness, please wait a moment. Chenxia will come over as soon as she's done," Han Yunshi said as she prepared to put the ingredients into her medical pouch. But Long Fei's cold gaze turned towards her. "Just make the antidote here. Your lordship wants to see it for himself." This guy was still suspecting her. Han Yunshi secretly rolled her eyes. "Suspect all you want. In any case, you'll never guess the truth. Your Highness, Chenxia doesn't have any other ingredients on hand. I'll have to go back to Leisurely Cloud Pavilion to make them. If this official is interested, there's no harm in coming with Chenxia," Han Yunshi said with a smile. Leisurely Cloud Pavilion? Long Fei was curious. He didn't remember the Duke of Qin's estate having such a place. Chenxia fixed up the abandoned loft in the northwest corner and named it Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. "In the future, Chenxia will live there so as to avoid disturbing your Highness," Han Yunshi replied honestly. Actually, she was a bit nervous, afraid that this fellow would chase her out of the hibiscus courtyard to face off against Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru. But he didn't have any objections, and simply nodded before rising to leave with her. Han Yunshi secretly let out a sigh of relief and nimbly put the 3 herbs into her medical pouch. Long Fei didn't pay much attention to this action. He didn't know that Han Yunshi's actions were just a cover-up. She had already put the 3 herbs into the detoxification system and strictly followed the proportions of the other herbs to prepare it. She also automatically adjusted the temperature of the brewing process. From Long Fei Ye's sleeping quarters to Han Yunxi's leisurely cloud pavilion, they had to pass through the garden. This amount of time was enough for the detoxification system to prepare the drug. Han Yunxi secretly took it out and hid it in her medical pouch. When they arrived at the entrance of the leisurely cloud pavilion, Long Fei Yi asked, "What is a leisurely cloud pavilion?" "The clouds have no heart, and the water is idle," Han Yunxi said indifferently and turned her head to look at him. "Your Highness, Chenxia married into the Duke of Qin's household and only asked for a corner of the leisurely cloud pavilion." Actually, what Han Yunxi wanted to say to Long Fei Yi was, "Dear, don't doubt me. I was forced to marry into the Duke of Qin's household. I don't have any ulterior motives. I only want to live a peaceful and ordinary life alone. I won't provoke you, and you shouldn't provoke me either." However, she was very clear that if she said it so bluntly, Long Fei Yi would definitely kill her with his gaze. Didn't the ancients like to express their feelings and aspirations through poetry? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The clouds have no heart, and the water is idle. This was one of Bai Juyi's famous lines. Han Yunxi thought that Long Fei Yi would be stunned. Unfortunately, he only looked at her for a moment. His face was expressionless as he walked into the pavilion without a word. Not only was this guy's face paralyzed, his heart was probably paralyzed as well. Han Yunxi followed him in and found Long Fei Yi sitting by the tea table. He was currently sizing up her little world. This guy's body, which was as proud as a mountain, immediately filled her little living room with pressure. As soon as he saw her enter, he withdrew his gaze and said coldly, "Can we start preparing the medicine now? Amen. Chenxia will go get a few ingredients." Han Yunxi was especially respectful. "You're that curious, right? Today I'll let you experience it." Under Long Fei Ye's piercing gaze, Han Yunxi took a few medicinal herbs and a pestle for grinding medicine from the side of the small study. Then, in front of him, she took out a few packets of medicinal herbs and 3 types of medicine from her medical pouch. These packets of medicinal herbs were the antidotes that had just been prepared in the detoxification system. Regardless of whether it was the amount of medicinal herbs, the ratio of mixing, or the temperature of boiling, the timing, they were all perfect. If it was manually prepared, there was no way for it to reach the level of intelligence. Western medicine paid particular attention to precision when making medicine, while Chinese medicine was more vague. However, if the precision of Western medicine was used in Chinese medicine, the results could not be compared to traditional manual medicine. In other words, even if it was the same type of Chinese medicine, the medicine that Han Yunxi took out would be much more effective than any other doctor in this era. How did Long Fei Yi know all of this? Who asked him to be a non-modern professional? The medicinal herbs that Han Yunxi took out from the study were all ordinary anti-inflammatory drugs. Mixing them together with the antidote wouldn't have any effect. Your Highness, actually, preparing medicine is very simple. Han Yunxi's smile was especially beautiful. As she spoke, she mixed the antidote and some anti-inflammatory medicinal herbs together and put them all into the pestle and pestle. In the end, the prescription is still the most important. As long as you find all the medicinal herbs, put them together and grind them together, it should be more or less done. As Han Yunxi grinded the herbs, she explained in a very professional manner, "Of course, there is also a particular way to grind the herbs. The most important thing is the strength. It can't be too heavy, but it can't be too light." As she spoke, she handed the stone pestle to Long Fei Yi. "Your Highness, do you want to try?" Long Fei Yi had long lost his patience. He asked indifferently, "How much longer do you need?" Han Yunxi's expression was serious as she took out some medicine and spread it on her palm. She sniffed it a little before replying, "I reckon it'll take 2 hours. 2 hours. That was 2 hours. Long Fei Yi immediately stood up. "When you're done, come to my bedchamber to apply the medicine." This was an order. Without waiting for Han Yunxi to reply, he left after saying that. "All right, Your Highness, take care." Han Yunshi was overjoyed. She sent him all the way to the door. Seeing that he was far away, she finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She told him to doubt her again. If there was a next time, she would definitely make him even more bored. After closing the door, Han Yunshi didn't grind the herbs anymore. She put them all into the detoxification system to resolve them. 2 hours, It was enough for her to take a good bath and nap for a while. The matter at the great general's estate had tormented her for many days. If she didn't rest soon, this sickly glass body of hers wouldn't be able to withstand it. 2 hours later, Han Yunshi appeared outside Long Feiye's study, feeling refreshed. She realized that this fellow was reading. He was leaning lazily against the warm couch with a book in his hand. The way he looked with his head lowered and brows furrowed, he was as handsome as a celestial in a painting. It felt especially surreal. For some reason, Han Yunshi couldn't help but recall the scene of that night in the darkness. The light of the lanterns had shone on his bronze chest, revealing the distinct lines of his muscles and his wild, untamed appearance. It had been so captivating that it shook her heart and soul. Damn it, she was here to apply the medicine. She hadn't even touched it yet, so how could she let her imagination run wild? Biting her lip, Han Yunshi walked in. "Your Highness, you can apply the medicine now." Long Feiyi put down his book and sat up. Only then did he look over at her. Those dark and deep eyes stared straight at her. For some reason, Han Yunshi's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously avoided his gaze. Why did she feel so timid? This timidness wasn't fear, but a kind of nervousness. Wasn't it just applying medicine? It was so simple that she could do it with her eyes closed. What was she nervous about? Han Yunshi inwardly ridiculed herself. She walked forward with her head lowered. She took out some medicinal herbs and some supplementary items from her medical bag while doing some mental preparation. Very quickly, she recovered. She raised her head and met Long Feiye's deep and domineering gaze. With a serious and professional tone, she said, "Take off your shirt. Golden silk robe and pure white undershirt." Even when this guy took off his clothes, his movements were so elegant and noble. Among his firm and refined muscles there was a shocking scar. It was as if a centipede was perched on his bronze chest. It was sinister, but also rough and wild. She didn't expect that in just a few days, this guy's wound had actually healed. It had to be known that poisoned wounds healed slower than normal wound. Han Yunshi looked at him in disbelief. In addition, her ears were a little red. This scene made Long Feiyi very unhappy. "Have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, then apply the medicine." Long Feiye's tone was cold and impatient. Han Yunshi suddenly raised her head to look at him. Her face was even more incredulous. However, she met Long Feiye's disgusted gaze. What did this guy mean? What did he think she was looking at? Although she was a little love-struck, that was a normal woman's pursuit of beauty, all right. In a moment, all her nervousness was replaced by anger. Right away. As she spoke, she didn't bring the medicine. Instead, she brought a knife and placed it over the fire to roast. "What are you doing?" Long Feiyi coldly asked. "Performing an operation. Your self-healing ability is too good. Your wound has already healed. The medicine can't penetrate it in a short period of time, so I can only open the wound." Han Yunshi replied in a serious manner. Actually, it was fine not to use this method. As long as she added a few more medicines to the antidote to strengthen the medicine, the effect would be the same. However, Long Feiye's disgusted gaze made her very unhappy. In this world, there were two kinds of people that you should never offend. One was a hairdresser, and the other was a doctor. The former would make you ugly to the point that you wished you were dead. The latter would make you in so much pain that you wished you were dead. Are you sure? Long Feiyi looked at her suspiciously. "I'm sure." Han Yunshi was meticulous as she explained, "Your Highness, it's fine if you don't perform an operation. However, if you don't perform an operation, these medicines may take half a month to extract the poison from your body. You can decide for yourself. He only had 10 days, and 7 days had already passed. This feeling of being controlled by someone made Long Fei-yi feel very uncomfortable. However, he could only find Han Yunshi to secretly detoxify the poison. Perform an operation. He agreed. Adding an operation to the wound made the pain much more terrifying than a direct operation. Han Yunshi was very much looking forward to the change in his expression. She really didn't show any mercy, but who would have thought that after the operation, Long Fei-yi actually frowned. His expression was cold as he looked down at his wound. Good heavens, what kind of pain would make him frown? Han Yunshi found that her thoughts were too excessive. She restrained her thoughts and hurriedly applied medicine. Her movements were a lot lighter, trying to reduce the pain as much as possible. Very quickly, the medicine was applied to the wound, and the bandages were wrapped to stabilize it. The matter was settled. All right, I'll come tomorrow morning to get the medicine and treat the wound. Han Yunshi said seriously. You don't need to change the medicine? Long Fei-yi asked. Chapter 37. There's no need. In one day, this medicine will suck out all the remaining poison from the body. The wound can't touch water, and don't press on the wound when you sleep at night. Han Yunshi explained seriously. Actually, if this fellow wasn't afraid of pain, cutting him open was indeed the fastest way. Long Fei-yi nodded and waved his hand lightly, indicating that she could withdraw. At this moment, Han Yunshi, who was carrying the medical pouch, looked like a servant. All right, she'll endure it. The next morning, Han Yunshi came to collect the medicine. As she said, all the poison had been absorbed by the antidote. The medicine, which had originally emitted a sweet fragrance, was now filled with a foul odor. Han Yunshi simply bandaged the wound. This time, Long Fei-yi's poison was completely cured. She thought that Long Fei-yi would say something, but who knew that after she put away the medicine, Long Fei-yi still acted arrogantly and waved his hand, indicating for her to leave. What an arrogant and heartless fellow! Han Yunshi thought to herself. She didn't immediately leave, but bowed and sincerely said, Your Highness, thank you for the matter of the great general's estate. Although she knew that Mu Qingwu's matter was for the sake of the Duke of Qin's estate's face and for the sake of curing the poison, he still saved her life. Who knew that Long Fei-yi's tone would be cold? You know how to cure the poison, but you're not a bodhisattva. Remember your status, mind your own business, and don't go out. Do you understand? Han Yunshi resentfully replied, Yes, Chenxia will remember. Chenxia will take her leave. She silently thought that as long as he was a good person, she really couldn't do something like not saving him. As for going out less, Han Yunshi sneered. Chenxia can't do it. She might as well die if she had to sit at home for the rest of her life and be responsible for eating, drinking, shitting, and sleeping. Touching the remaining 3 tails in her sleeve, Han Yunshi thought that women, no matter what era they were in, must have a career. Being a fake couple with Long Fei-yi and minding their own business wasn't a bad idea. Once she settled down in the Duke of Qin's residence, she would have to find something for herself to do. Otherwise, where would she go to get money? For the next few days, Han Yunshi didn't see Long Fei-yi when she was strolling in the garden. This guy came and went like a ghost. She guessed that he had left long ago. However, Long Fei-yi actually sent a maidservant for her to use. Her name was Chun Xiang, and she was a bit younger than Han Yunshi. She was about 15 or 16 years old. She was petite, clean and pretty, and had a clever personality. When she smiled, she was particularly shy. Han Yunshi took a look at it and liked it. Do you know martial arts? Han Yunshi asked curiously. Chun Xiang shook her head. No. Where did you work before? Han Yunshi asked again. My family lives in Creek Village on the western outskirts. I was bought here yesterday by a big brother called Chu Shifeng, Chun Xiang replied obediently. Then did he tell you anything? Han Yunshi asked again. He told this servant to listen to esteemed Wang Fei's words. He said that if I served esteemed Wang Fei well, esteemed Wang Fei would reward me handsomely, Chen Xiang said honestly. Handsomely rewarded? Han Yunxi's mouth twitched into a fake smile. She told Chen Xiang the first thing she needed to do. When Murong Wanru came looking for her, she said she was sleeping and had no time. As a result, Murong Wanru invited her to drink tea and was rejected. She invited her to go shopping and was rejected. This morning, she sent someone to invite her to go on an outing and was rejected again. Grand concubine Yi wasn't at home, so Murong Wanru's status couldn't force her to do anything. Although little Chen Xiang was young, she was diligent and capable. With her taking care of trifling matters, Han Yunxi felt much more relaxed. Of course, she couldn't idle around either. Over the next few days, she inspected the detox system. It was similar to a space with many smaller spaces inside. One was used to check for poisons, another to make medicine, and another to store medicine and medical supplies. Han Yunxi lay in the courtyard, sunbathing as her mind wandered to the detox system. She discovered that there were still unknown spaces in the system that her consciousness couldn't enter. That's strange. Could it be an area that hasn't been developed yet? The researchers hadn't mentioned them to her before. Han Yunxi was very curious, but she knew it was useless. She couldn't figure out such things even if she cracked her head. Fortunately, the few spaces in the detox system were enough for her to squander. Withdrawing her consciousness from the detox system, Han Yunxi raised her head to enjoy the warm winter sun. Princess Chongping's ringworm poison should have flared up by now, right? For someone who loved to look pretty, it was amusing to cover her face and ask for medical help. While she was secretly rejoicing, little Chen Xiang jogged over. Esteemed Wang Fei, someone came to the courtyard gates. They said you had guessed. Guess? Who could come to the Duke of Qin's estate to find Han Yunxi? Who is it? Han Yunxi opened her eyes in confusion. The mama said it was an honored guest waiting in the guest hall. Something about a young general and an imperial physician. She spoke too quickly, so your servant didn't hear clearly, Chen Xiang replied. Mu Qingwu and Gu Beiwe. Han Yunxi was immediately amused as she rose to her feet. She actually wanted to see Gu Beiwe and thank him in person, but she couldn't find a chance to go out. She didn't know where to look. Long Fei Yi didn't like her going out, so she had to restrain herself a bit. She never thought that Gu Beiwe and Mu Qingwu would come knocking on her door. Han Yunxi changed her clothes before leaving the courtyard. As soon as she arrived in the guest hall, she saw Gu Beiwe and Mu Qingwu sitting and drinking tea. Gu Beiwe was still wearing his white robes, looking cultured and refined. Mu Qingwu no longer had his sickly appearance, standing in the standard military posture with bright eyes. Seeing Han Yunxi come in, the two of them were happy and bowed. This humble subject greets Qin Wang Fei. May esteemed Wang Fei be blessed. No need for formalities, sit. Han Yunxi was in a good mood. Mu Qingwu didn't say anything else and immediately knelt in front of Han Yunxi. His hands clenched into fists. Esteemed Wang Fei, this humble subject came today to thank you for saving my life. Quickly stand up. Didn't you already thank me that day? Han Yunxi smiled. That day was that day. Today, this humble subject has come to formally thank you. This humble subject has nothing to repay you with. If there is anything this humble subject needs in the future, esteemed Wang Fei will definitely ask. Mu Qingwu was very serious. His dark eyes shined as he looked straight into Han Yunxi's eyes. This kind of serious big boy was really cute. Han Yunxi nodded. All right, I'll remember it. As she spoke, she took out a life and death certificate and faced Gu Beiwe. Dr. Gu, I think I should also properly thank you. Seeing that thing, Dr. Gu was stunned at first. He immediately stopped Han Yunxi from bowing. Esteemed Wang Fei, you can't. Gu Beiwe was also serious as his brows tightly knit together. When Han Yunxi saw this, she really wanted to reach out and smooth it out for him. This kind of warm man really wasn't suited to frown. Thank you very much. Han Yunshi handed over the life and death certificate with both hands in a very sincere manner. In this matter, only Gu Beiwe was trying to save her without any ulterior motives. Gu Beiwe looked at the black and white words on the white paper and lightly said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, please destroy this thing for me." Actually, this humble one came here to. Before Gu Beiwe could finish speaking, Han Yunshi already knew what he was going to say. "I was the one who sniffed out the poison." In the imperial prison, she had promised him that as long as she could save Mu Qingwu, she would tell him how to detect the poison even if she was empty-handed. Han Yunshi didn't want to lie, but if she were to tell Gu Beiwe about the existence of the detoxification system, Gu Beiwe probably wouldn't be able to understand it for the rest of his life. She could only say this. But as soon as she said this, a familiar voice carried over. "I sniffed it out. Sister-in-law's nose is very formidable." This voice. Murong Wanru. She walked in with slow steps, dressed in a light yellow robe. Her body was delicate, especially that tiny waist that could be held in one hand. Her figure was lovely and moving, as was her face. Murong Wanru was born a servant girl. Although Grand Concubine Yi had taken her as a foster daughter, she didn't have a title. When she saw Gu Beiwe and the young general, she still had to pay her respects. Her body was as light as a swallow's, making one want to support her. "See here," Mu Qingwu immediately took pity on her. "Miss Murong is too courteous. Hurry and rise." Murong Wanru nodded gently before rising to sit by Han Yunshi's side, her eyes hooded. "Sister-in-law, you're still blaming me, aren't you? I've already begged you 3 times. You should at least listen to my explanation." Han Yunshi was at a loss at her inexplicable words. Could it be that Miss Wanru has some unspeakable secret that prevented her from inviting Grand Concubine Yi that night? Gu Beiwe spoke up. Han Yunshi finally remembered. Actually, she hadn't counted on Murong Wanru to save her. It was already good enough that she didn't hit her while she was down. If Murong Wanru hadn't mentioned it, she really would have forgotten. Moreover, the 3 times Murong Wanru had sought her out, it was either to drink tea or to go shopping. She hadn't even brought up the matter. Apologizing to her now was just putting on an act in front of Gu Beiwe and Mu Qingwu to protect her image. After all, if Gu Beiwe spread the news, her reputation would be ruined. Murong Wanru sighed and said helplessly, "Imperial Physician Gu, it really was Wanru who didn't handle the matter properly. Wanru is ashamed. As a matter of fact, I've always wanted to see sister-in-law to explain things, but she closed her doors as soon as she came back." As Murong Wanru spoke, she rose to personally pour a cup of tea and offered it to Han Yunshi with both hands before continuing. "Sister-in-law, I know you're not a petty person, but this matter is too serious. But I really didn't do it on purpose. Drink some tea and give me a chance to explain, won't you?" Why did these words sound more and more like she was calling her petty? "If you want to explain, then explain. What's the point of wasting words?" Han Yunshi didn't accept the cup of tea, but said coldly, "It was Imperial Physician Gu who came to you for help, not me. You should explain things to him." What powerful words! Murong Wanru gave a start, but quickly recovered to say to Imperial Physician Gu, "Imperial Physician Gu, I do want to explain things to you. But sister-in-law has been ignoring me for days. I have to ask for her forgiveness first." Han Yunshi was about to throw up. Did she have to step on someone else's foot to save her own image? She cared so much about her image, didn't she? She would ruin it in front of her today. "Then hurry up and explain," Han Yunshi said coldly. "That night, after Imperial Physician Gu left, I was so anxious that I wanted to leave immediately. But I fainted before I could leave the city gate." As Murong Wanru spoke, she lowered her head pitifully, her voice choked with sobs. "Sister-in-law, you also know that my body isn't well. I get dizzy when I'm anxious. I did come back, but I had Xiaoluzi whip his horse to report. Who knew that the wicked servant didn't go, but hid at the door and fell asleep? Sister-in-law, You say this, sister-in-law, it's all my fault. Han Yunshi's lips curled into a mocking smile as she asked, when did you know that Xiaoluzi didn't go to find Imperial Mother? Chapter 38. Murong Wanru thought it over. This morning. I didn't wake up until morning. Seeing that Mu Fei hadn't returned yet, I sent someone out again. Who knew that I'd see little Sixth sleeping by the door? Oh. Han Yunshi dragged out her words meaningfully. So you didn't send anyone else? Han Yunshi had been locked up in the prisons for 3 whole nights. Murong Wanru was at a loss for words. After a while she said, I went personally, but I couldn't find Mu Fei. Sister-in-law, you know that my words carry little weight, so I couldn't speak up for you. I was anxious, so I could only keep looking for Mu Fei. After all, Grand Concubine doted on her, but she cared more about face. She dared to use Grand Concubine as an excuse to lie, so this girl really had gut. So you didn't send anyone to tell Imperial Physician Gu? Han Yunshi asked next. Murong Wanru furrowed her brows as her eyes glistened with tears. Sister-in-law, I was so anxious. I forgot. Oh. Han Yunshi made another meaningful sound. Then did you find Mu Fei in the end? Han Yunshi kept asking. Murong Wanru shook her head. I didn't. Then I heard the mama at the estate say you came back, so I hurried back. Sister-in-law, I wanted to see you many times to explain, but you didn't want to see me. Hearing this, Han Yunshi sighed at her own inferiority. What an expert liar. Thus, Han Yunshi looked at her seriously. Then why did I hear the Duke of Qin say you were at the estate these past few days? He saw you in the gardens many times. Murong Wanru's face paled at these words. The Duke of Qin Han Yunshi had told on her? Heavens, what did this woman say to the Duke of Qin? What would he think of her? Reality proved that when you met an expert liar, you had to be better at lying than her. The Duke of Qin, my health isn't good, so I didn't go looking for him every day. But I did send people. At this moment, Murong Wanru's explanation seemed so weak. Gu Beiyue knew what was going on and remained silent. However, Mu Qingwu had always been straightforward. He had a good impression of Murong Wanru before, and now he saw her clearly. He snorted unceremoniously, Miss Murong, there's no need to explain further. We still have things to say to Qin Wangfei, so please make things convenient for us. He was chasing her away. Murong Wanru burst into tears. Her ugly face had clearly been exposed, but she still looked delicate and pitiful, as if she had been framed. I'm sorry. I don't know what misunderstanding there is here. I'm sincerely looking out for you. If you don't forgive me, as she spoke, she actually offered the tea with both hands and knelt down. I'll kneel and never get up. Han Yunshi didn't buy it. She said calmly, it's getting late. If there's anything, let's talk another day. Gu Beiyue and Mu Qingwu exchanged glances before nodding. Before they left, Gu Beiyue gave a soft sigh. Although it wasn't as direct as Mu Qingwu's snort, it still made Murong Wanru's heart feel stifled. She didn't know what he meant, but she knew it couldn't be anything good. She really didn't feel good about it. These two had a lot of weight in high society. As long as they spread the news, Murong Wanru's painstakingly created image would be ruined. This was all Han Yunshi's fault. Why didn't she die in prison? Murong Wanru was filled with hate. Seeing Han Yunshi and the rest walk away, Gui Mama rushed over. Miss, it's fine if she doesn't forgive you. I'm just afraid she'll complain to esteemed imperial concubine. Grand concubine cared about face the most. She'd even mind half the day if a servant from the Duke of Qin's estate was scolded by the Empress Dowager's people, much less something as serious as Han Yunshi's imprisonment. If Murong Wanru didn't report, she'd be implicated as well. Murong Wanru didn't move, but her eyes flashed with malice. When will Mu Fei come back? Tomorrow is Bodhisattva's birthday. Esteemed imperial concubine will definitely come back today to pay respects to Buddha, but she didn't say when. Miss, look at this matter. Gui Mama was very worried. Once Murong Wanru was punished, her group of servants wouldn't be able to escape, either. Murong Wanru only smiled in satisfaction as she straightened her back. Since she's coming back today, I won't get up. I'll just kneel here and admit my wrongs to Mufei. Since she was going to complain, of course she had to get there before Han Yunshi did. Gui Mama understood as soon as she heard these words. She quickly lowered her voice and said, "Miss, don't worry. Once esteemed imperial concubine comes back, that woman's days will be hard. This servant will go keep watch for you right now." Han Yunshi personally sent Gu Beiwei and Mu Qingwu to the gates, but as soon as the carriage left, another gorgeous carriage came galloping towards them. Han Yunshi could tell at a glance that this was Grand Concubine Yi's carriage. Wasn't she supposed to stay in the courtyard for a while? Why did she come back so soon? As soon as Grand Concubine Yi's carriage stopped, Han Yunshi turned to flee, but it was already too late. Gui Mama came out and grabbed Han Yunshi as she shouted, "Good luck to esteemed imperial concubine. Esteemed imperial concubine has finally come back." The old mama's brute strength was extraordinarily strong. Han Yunshi couldn't break free of her grip and was struggling with all her might when Grand Concubine Yi got off the carriage. Seeing this, Grand Concubine Yi grew angry and shouted, "What are you doing? Pulling and tugging at the gates, do you have any sense of shame?" Gui Mama and Han Yunshi both jumped in fright and let go. Han Yunshi secretly rolled her eyes and bowed in greeting. Chenxia respectfully welcomes Mu Fei back to the estate. Gui Mama fell to her knees with a thump and cried out, "Esteemed imperial concubine, you've finally come back. If you didn't, something would have happened to young miss. Something would have happened. Dog servant, if you have anything to say, say it inside. Haven't you lost enough face for my Duke of Qin's estate?" Grand Concubine Yi scolded. Cold as she shot Han Yunshi a glance, her words and glare even more piercing. Han Yunshi could only lower her head and endure. She was her mother-in-law, an elder and Grand Concubine. She couldn't afford to provoke her. Grand Concubine Yi was graceful and luxurious, her bearing magnanimous. She didn't seem to take Gui Mama's words to heart, but things changed as soon as everyone entered and shut the doors. Grand Concubine Yi's exquisitely made-up face was terrifyingly gloomy. "Gui Mama, what's going on? I've only been gone for a few days. Could it be that some monkey wants to be king already?" Once again, she targeted Han Yunshi's words. Han Yunshi didn't need to think with her toes to know why Gui Mama had come. It looked like Murong Wanru wasn't planning to let her off. Perhaps she already knew that Grand Concubine Yi was coming back. "Esteemed imperial concubine, hurry and go to the guest hall to take a look. It's such a cold day, but young Miss's been kneeling for a long time. No matter what I say, she won't get up. She said she'll kneel until you come back so she can apologize," Gui Mama replied hastily. "What's going on?" Grand Concubine Yi grew alarmed as she hurried to the guest hall. Han Yunshi dearly wanted to seize the chance to slip away, but where could she go? With Grand Concubine Yi's status, even if she hid in the hibiscus courtyard, she'd still come out as soon as Grand Concubine Yi called. Even in modern society, there was power to suppress people, to say nothing of imperial power. There was no hiding from it. Han Yunshi did her best to convince herself to face it and adapt. Seeing Gui Mama look her way, she gave a cold smile and followed after her. As soon as she reached the guest hall, she saw Murong Wanru still kneeling in place, her body stiff and her hands holding up a cup of tea. "Aya Wanru, what's wrong with you?" Grand Concubine Yi's heart ached at the sight. She strode over to help her up. "Get up, talk things out. Who allowed you to kneel? What if you hurt your knees?" "Mufei, I was wrong. I made a big mistake. I've let you down, let down big brother and sister-in-law." Murong Wanru's face was filled with guilt as she covered her face and wept, heartbroken. Grand Concubine Yi grew even more anxious. "Don't cry. What if you hurt your eyes? No matter how big the matter is, there's Mufei here. Mufei will make decisions for you. Tell me, what's going on? Murong Wanru raised her head, looking pitiful as her eyes misted over. She was about to speak when she choked with sobs, but didn't say a word before burying her head in sobs again. Grand Concubine sucked in a deep breath and sat down on the seat of honor, her voice stern. Gue Mama, speak. Gue Momo had been waiting for this opportunity and immediately reported the matter. She didn't forget to add oil to the fire. Imperial Concubine Dowager, young Miss was so anxious about this matter that she fainted. She was afraid that Imperial Concubine Dowager would suffer in prison, and she was also afraid that our Duke of Qin's manor would lose face. She sent out servants and went to search for you herself, but couldn't find you. That's why things were delayed. As soon as Gue Mama finished, Murong Wanru opened her mouth and cried, Mufei, don't blame sister-in-law. This was all my fault. I didn't have time to find you. Grand Concubine Yi's cold expression grew uglier and uglier. Her phoenix eyes seemed to turn gloomy before a storm. Gue Mama glanced at Murong Wanru before hastily continuing. As soon as esteemed Wang Fei returned, Miss sent someone to the hibiscus courtyard to seek an audience. She's been there multiple times, wanting to apologize to esteemed Wang Fei. But esteemed Wang Fei refused to see her. When esteemed Wang Fei came out today, Miss offered her tea and even knelt down. But esteemed Wang Fei Finally, Grand Concubine exploded. Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi was on one side and murmured, Chenxia is here. Is Gue Mama speaking the truth? You really went to prison? Did they have an arrest warrant? Grand Concubine asked incredulously. Compared to this, Murong Wanru's grievances were unimportant. Mufei, it was esteemed Empress Dowager who personally issued the arrest warrant. Otherwise, who would dare to touch sister-in-law? Murong Wanru added, choked with sobs. What? Han Yunshi, you. Grand Concubine huffed and puffed, one hand gripping the armrest while the other pointed at Han Yunshi. Half sitting and half sitting, she was so angry that she couldn't speak. Chenxia was kind enough to save people. Just then, the young general came to give his thanks. The justice courts were simply trying to frame me. His Highness Duke of Qin has already stepped forward to hand over the justice courts to the Ministry of Appointments for punishment, Han Yunshi replied righteously. Grand Concubine raised a hand and raged. I don't care so much. You fell into the Empress Dowager's hands and were locked up in the imperial prisons. Where do you want me to put my face? Right now, that old woman must be laughing at my incompetence for marrying a good-for-nothing wife like you. Han Yunshi's face was full of disbelief. She always knew that Grand Concubine cared about face, but never thought it was to this extent. This was completely unreasonable. She'd saved Mu Qingwu and punished Princess Chongping and the rest. Did this count as losing face? Grand Concubine alternated between sitting and standing, completely ignoring the kneeling Murong Wanru as she fidgeted uneasily. Suddenly, she stopped in front of Han Yunshi and narrowed her angry eyes. Chapter 39. Grand Concubine walked in front of Han Yunshi and narrowed her eyes as she cursed. Han Yunshi, you scourge. Ever since the Empress Dowager married you off to the Duke of Qin, I've lost all face. On the day of the wedding, you even. Hearing that Grand Concubine was going to settle old debts, Han Yunshi couldn't hold back. She couldn't be the type to swallow her anger and humiliation. Instead of adapting, she'd fight for her own dignity and right. Han Yunshi loudly cut off Grand Concubine Yi's curses. Mufei, I don't think this is shameful at all. In fact, I think I gave face to the Duke of Qin's estate. For one thing, I let everyone know that I'm not useless trash. I don't know any medical skills, and I'm no worse than my father. For another, Princess Chongping and the Justice Court official were both punished. The Empress Dowager hasn't said a word yet, nor did she save the official. They're the ones who lost face. All they can do is grit their teeth and swallow their blood. That's right, Mufei. Although it's wrong for sister-in-law to talk back to you, and many people know she's been locked up. She's right too. The Empress Dowager didn't pursue the matter either, did she? Murong Wanru coaxed hypocritically. Grand Concubine seemed to have only heard half of the conversation. She glared viciously at Han Yunshi and shook her head. Han Yunshi, you really think you're something, huh? You're called Long Face by the Justice Court? Ha, I've finally seen something like this today. I've never seen anything as shameless as you. You still dare to talk back to me. As Grand Concubine spoke, she retreated and sat down heavily. Word by word, she ordered, "Gui Mama, beat for me. Today, I'll teach her what it means to long face, to lose face, and to slap the face." As soon as she finished, Gui Mama rolled up her sleeves and raised her hand to slap Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi immediately retreated. Grand Concubine was simply unreasonable. She couldn't be reasoned with. As she retreated, she kept her guard up against Nanny Gui and coldly said, "Imperial Mother, this matter was handled by the Duke of Qin. If Imperial Mother still feels embarrassed, you can look for the Duke of Qin." Gui Mama gave a start and didn't dare to approach again. Meanwhile, Grand Concubine slapped the table and jumped to her feet, incredulous. "Han Yunshi, you dare to use the Duke of Qin to threaten me? This concubine is speaking the truth. This concubine will reiterate for the last time, this concubine didn't lose face. The Duke of Qin handed the justice of the Supreme Court over to the Ministry of Personnel to deal with and had Princess Chongping apologize to this concubine in public. Just now, the young general personally came to express his gratitude. If Imperial Mother doesn't believe it, she can go to the general's estate and ask. Moreover, Duke of Qin's appearance is telling the Empress Dowager and the others that with your son around, no one can bully the Duke of Qin's residence." Although it was useless to argue, Han Yunshi couldn't give up. Grand Concubine cared about face, so this was the only way to resolve the situation. Grand Concubine didn't retort immediately, but fell silent. But Murong Wanru spoke up again. "Mu Fei, I heard that it was Princess Chongping who complained to the Empress Dowager. For better or for worse, sister-in-law is the Duke of Qin's official wife. Princess Chongping should call her imperial aunt out of respect for imperial uncle. Say, Princess Chongping didn't put the Duke of Qin in her eyes at all. It's only right that the Duke of Qin punished her. That impudent, uneducated girl." Grand Concubine flared up again, looking impatiently at Han Yunshi. "Isn't it all because of you? You disgraceful thing. Even a junior can climb on top of your head to behave atrociously. If you're not trash, then what are you? What use are you? Why did you come back? Why don't you just die in the prisons? Out of sight, out of mind?" Han Yunshi was speechless. Trying to reason with Grand Concubine was like playing the lute to a cow. Grand Concubine didn't give her a chance to argue, but angrily rebuked Gui Mama. "What are you spacing out for? Beat her. Beat her hard. Even if the Duke of Qin comes today, he won't be able to protect her." Gui Mama rushed forward, but Han Yunshi pushed her aside. "You're all unreasonable." Seeing this, Grand Concubine was stunned. "You dared to make a move? Mu Fei, you were the one who started it. I only want to give you a proper explanation." Han Yunshi wasn't afraid at all. You. Grand Concubine was furious. No one had ever dared to be so impudent in front of her. Someone come, lock this slut up in the firewood shed in the back courtyard. Immediately. The guards quickly rushed forward to detain Han Yunshi. This time, Han Yunshi couldn't push them away. Of course, she didn't struggle, much less beg for mercy. Her eyes were cold as she allowed the guards to drag her away. From the moment she stepped into the Duke of Qin's estate, she knew that Grand Concubine would make a move one day. If she wanted to survive in this house, she had to have her own confidence. Seeing her expression, Grand Concubine ignored her anger and chased after her, incredulous. "What kind of thing is that? Who's she looking at? Little slut, does she think she can fly to a branch and become a phoenix after marrying in? Tell her, even if there's a red handkerchief, I can still take care of her. Murong Wanru caught up and said timidly, Mu Fei, this matter was also my. Didn't I tell you I was in the side palace? Why couldn't you find me? Grand concubine Yi was so angry that she even blamed Murong Wanru, who she doted on the most. Daughter knows her wrongs. Mu Fei, don't be angry, all right? It's not good for your body to be angry. Murong Wanru brought over a cup of tea, both docile and considerate. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Grand concubine Yi finally calmed down and said mildly, It's not your fault. She's already been locked up, so she's long lost face. Grand concubine Yi sat down and fell silent before asking, Could it be that her medical skills are better than divine Dr. Han's? I heard that imperial physician Gu treated him with her. I don't know what happened, but she took all the credit. Mu Fei, as I see it, the general's estate and imperial physician Gu only gave you face. Murong Wanru really knew how to seize the chance to put in a good word. Grand concubine Yi smiled coldly. They wouldn't dare to not give me face. Seeing that Grand concubine Yi's mood wasn't as bad, Murong Wanru probed, Mu Fei, it was Big Brother who brought the person back. With sister-in-law locked up, what if Big Brother? Before she could finish, Grand concubine Yi said self-righteously, What, she dared to raise a hand in front of me. If I don't teach her a lesson, she'll be pushing me next time. Does the Duke of Qin still want to protect her? As long as he dares to show up, I'll punish him too. Pass down orders. Without my orders, no one is allowed to let Han Yunxi out. Daughter understands. Murong Wanru sighed hypocritically, her eyes flashing with a smug smile. Han Yunxi, the woodshed can't compare to the hibiscus courtyard. As your little sister, I'll definitely take good care of you. That night, Han Yunxi was holed up in the woodshed, eating in big mouthfuls. Since she was already here, she might as well take things as they came. Actually, the current situation was much better than she expected. If it wasn't for Long Fei Ye's help that time with the red handkerchief, she would have been executed long ago. Even if she contradicted Grand concubine Yi now, her crime didn't warrant death. She had plenty of ways to fight Grand concubine Yi. But who knew if Long Fei Yi would interfere? Which side would he stand on? Why was she thinking of that guy again? Fine, such a cold person. If he didn't have a favor to ask of her, he probably wouldn't even say a word to her. The next day, the 3 meals were served as usual. Nothing happened for the rest of the day. But starting from the 3rd day, all the food was spoiled. Han Yunxi knew they were starting to make things difficult for her. She didn't say a word, but returned the food as it was. On the 4th and 5th day, the 3 meals were still spoiled. For 3 whole days, Han Yunxi was so hungry that she had no strength left. She lay in the pile of firewood, staring at the skies with wide, intelligent eyes. Her lips were very pale, but her smile was as beautiful as ever. Sometimes, admitting one's wrongs and begging for forgiveness could earn one a mouthful of rice. But here it was impossible. Even if she ate the spoiled food, what awaited her would be even crueler torture. Moreover, if it wasn't her fault, she wouldn't admit it even if she was beaten to death. Han Yunxi wasn't a masochist. She cherished her life dearly. Since she dared to challenge Grand concubine Yi so loudly, she must have prepared an excellent escape route. If it was spoiled, so be it. She pinched her fingers to calculate the time. Tomorrow, Princess Chongping would definitely come. If she didn't find her to treat the poison by then, her face would be ruined. As long as Princess Chongping came, Grand concubine Yi would have to ask her to leave the woodshed. On the morning of the 6th day, Murong Wanru and Gue Mama emerged from the thicket after seeing a plate of spoiled rice delivered. She's been starving for 3 days and still hasn't made a sound. This girl's temper is quite stubborn, Gue Mama sighed with emotion. This time, Grand concubine Yi wasn't planning to torture Han Yunxi to death. After all, she didn't have a good enough reason. She couldn't let her daughter-in-law starve to death because of a push. That would be hard to explain to her son, wouldn't it? Moreover, Grand Concubine still didn't understand why the Duke of Qin would admit to the blood on the handkerchief. The Duke of Qin was a busy man. She hadn't seen him in days. Grand Concubine waited for Han Yunshi to beg for mercy while waiting for her son to come back and complain. Sound? Does she want to beg for mercy? Imperial Mother won't be able to hear you. Murong Wanru's lovely and moving face revealed a trace of viciousness. Perhaps there'd be better chances in the future, but a long night meant more dreams. She, Murong Wanru, didn't like to wait. Looking at the firewood shed from a distance, Murong Wanru lowered her voice. Gui Mama, sister-in-law, isn't in a good mood and isn't eating. For better or worse, she should drink some water. Otherwise, how could she be fine? So speaking, she turned to leave as she murmured, I heard that red crane's crown is the quickest poison to take effect. Gui Mama was slightly alarmed. She chased after her to coax her, but quickly stopped. Over the past few years, most of the people by Grand Concubine Yi's side had been bribed by Murong Wanru. Sooner or later, Grand Concubine Yi would arrange for Murong Wanru to be the Duke of Qin's concubine. The official consort was nothing more than a decoration. A concubine doted on by Grand Concubine Yi would be the future mistress of the Duke of Qin's estate. Thinking up to here, Gui Mama made a prompt decision to go out personally to buy poison. At noon, a dish was delivered along with a cup of water. If it wasn't for the water, Han Yunshi would have fainted from hunger long ago. Her current body wasn't the same as before she transmigrated. It was so sickly and arrogant that even she disdained it. But as soon as the dish was set down, the detox system began to violently alert her. Han Yunshi brought the cup of water over and sniffed it lightly. Immediately, she knew it was Red Crane's crown. This type of poison was very strong and common. She didn't even need to examine it to know the answer. Han Yunshi guessed that Grand Concubine Yi wouldn't kill her so lightly. This had to be Murong Wanru's handiwork. There was no food, and now there wasn't even any water to drink. Murong Wanru, if you really poison me, I'll definitely get my revenge. By the time afternoon came, Han Yunshi was cold, thirsty, and hungry. She was on the verge of collapse, but looked at the sealed walls with a faint smile. She was full of hope for the future. She knew she'd be able to leave soon. By nightfall, Grand Concubine Yi finally arrived at the woodshed with Murong Wanru's company. How many days has she been starving for? She couldn't have fainted, right? Grand Concubine Yi asked lazily. She thought that Han Yunshi must have fainted from hunger, which was why she hadn't begged for mercy. Perhaps so. Mu Fei, sister-in-law's body is weak. This punishment is enough, Murong Wanru coaxed kindly. How many times have I told you? As a person, especially as a woman, you can't be soft-hearted. You pity her, but do you think she'll appreciate it when she's that crafty? Grand Concubine Yi said helplessly. Murong Wanru silently lowered her head without a word. Her heart was filled with anticipation. Very soon, they'd no longer see the crafty woman Han Yunshi, but a corpse. Chapter 40. As long as Han Yunshi died, the position of the Duke of Qin's official consort would remain empty. Once Murong Wanru became a secondary consort, she could enjoy all the privileges of an official consort and forget the nightmare of being a servant girl. At last, they reached the door to the woodshed. Murong Wanru, who was always calm, couldn't wait any longer. As soon as the guard unlocked the door, she pushed her way in, full of anticipation. Inside the woodshed, there was an icy blue figure lying paralyzed in a pile of straw. She was so small and frail that she looked like she'd be blown away by the wind. I knew she'd fainted. Grand Concubine Yi gave a cold snort. Someone come, wake her up. The guard immediately brought over a bucket of water. Murong Wanru knew what was going on and suppressed her excitement. Mu Fei, the water's so cold. It's better if I go wake sister-in-law up. Grand Concubine Yi looked at her helplessly. You're the only one with a soft heart. Murong Wanru rejoiced and quickly walked over, putting on an act as she pushed Han Yunshi. Sister-in-law, wake up. Sister-in-law, Mu Fei's here, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, admit your wrongs to Mu Fei properly. Mu Fei will forgive you. As she pushed, she used the back of her hand to block the view of the people behind her. Her other hand couldn't help but tremble from excitement and fear. Still, she reached under Han Yunxi's nose to check her breathing. As her hand drew closer, Murong Wanru's heart shrank. She'd even thought of how to shout and say Han Yunxi was dead. But, before Murong Wanru's hand could touch Han Yunxi's nose, Han Yunxi's eyes flew open and she stared at her guardedly. I'm not dead yet. What are you doing? Although she was already very weak, Han Yunxi hadn't lost consciousness. Her innate vigilance made her as vigilant as a hedgehog. Her phoenix eyes were as sharp as knives as she glared fiercely at Murong Wanru. Murong Wanru gave a start before she gave a frightened shriek and fell to the ground. Wanru, what's wrong? Grand Concubine cried out in alarm. 2 guards immediately stepped forward to detain Han Yunxi. Grand Concubine propped Murong Wanru up as she looked disdainfully at Han Yunxi. What did you do to Wanru? I haven't eaten for a few days. Mother, what else do you think I can do to her? Han Yunxi asked sarcastically. Grand Concubine was at a loss for words. Her embarrassment turned to anger as she kicked over the spoiled rice on the side. Even the dogs in the estate can eat it. What, you can't eat it? Was he saying that she was worse than a dog? Han Yunxi struggled to prop herself up. Mu Fei, how about this concubine make a bet with you? Grand Concubine wasn't happy, but she was still curious. What else could you want? Tell me. Han Yunxi laboriously brought over a bowl of clear water from the side. Mu Fei, I bet that even the dogs in the residence won't drink this bowl of water. Murong Wanru grew alarmed at her words. Sister-in-law, how could you make a bet like this with Mu Fei? Mu Fei only brought up the dogs in a fit of anger. As a junior, you can't compete with your elders. So speaking, she immediately snatched Han Yunxi's bowl of water away and threw it in a huff. Seeing this, Han Yunxi laughed coldly in her heart. She was so weak that it was hard for her to even speak, much less argue with Murong Wanru. She only wanted to confirm her own guesses. Murong Wanru was so nervous that it was without a doubt that she was the one who poisoned her. Han Yunxi looked at her, her pale lips drawing up in a mocking smile. Murong Wanru felt like she'd been electrocuted as she hastily avoided her gaze. She took Grand Concubine Yi's hand. Mu Fei, don't be angry. Give sister-in-law a bit more time, she'll definitely know her wrongs. Han Yunxi smiled coldly. Murong Wanru was afraid she'd admit her wrongs, wasn't she? She was afraid her relationship with Grand Concubine would improve? Murong Wanru acted like a peacemaker as she tugged at Grand Concubine to leave. Compared to the submissive Murong Wanru, who tried to curry favor with Grand Concubine Han Yunxi had a bargaining chip that none of the women of this era had. Cold as she looked at Murong Wanru, her lips curled up in a mocking smile. Right at this moment, Mother Gui suddenly rushed in from outside in a fluster. Imperial Concubine Dowager? Esteemed Imperial Concubine, it's bad. Bad news. What's the rush? Grand Concubine asked unhappily. Esteemed Imperial Concubine, Princess Chongping has come. Gui Mama replied urgently. At these words, Han Yunxi's smile deepened, making Murong Wanru fearful for no reason. Princess Chongping? Grand Concubine was astonished. This princess had been spoiled rotten by the Empress Dowager and Empress, but she'd never come to the Duke of Qin's estate. What was she doing here? One wouldn't visit a temple without a cause. It had been a long time since she'd had a face-off with the Empress Dowager's people. Grand Concubine immediately became spirited as she threw Han Yunxi to the back of her mind. If she's come, then she's come. What are you panicking for? Even if the Empress Dowager comes, it's the same. Have her wait, I don't have time to see her. She elegantly waved her hand. I'll go soak in a hot bath first, then sleep. The hot springs at the estate are still the most comfortable. Seeing this, Gui Mama grew distressed. She didn't dare speak, but she had to. Esteemed imperial concubine, Princess Chongping said. She said she wanted to see Qin Wangfei. What? At these words, everyone present was stunned. So she'd come to find Han Yunxi. Murong Wanru was greatly alarmed as she fearfully looked towards Han Yunxi. The self-righteous grand concubine Yi's face grew hot as she flew into a rage out of humiliation. She kicked Gui Mama. Useless thing, you don't even know how to make a report. What does Princess Chongping want to see her for? Your servant doesn't know. Princess Chongping's really anxious. If she doesn't see her tonight, she'll spend the night here, Gui Mama replied hastily. Only then did Grand Concubine Yi look towards Han Yunxi with a cold snort. What does Chongping want to see you for? Han Yunxi withdrew her sarcasm and feigned weakness as she shook her head. She didn't reply. Grand Concubine Yi narrowed her eyes and stopped asking. Coldly, she instructed Gui Mama, go tell her that Qin Wangfei isn't free. Have her wait. The Empress Dowager actually dared to issue an arrest warrant for the Duke of Qin's men behind her back. How could she not seize the chance to show off her strength to Princess Chongping? Seeing the crowd leave in a hurry, Han Yunxi finally let down her guard. She collapsed weakly in the grass, her brows knitted together in pain. She felt like her stomach was about to burst from hunger. Still, she encouraged herself from the bottom of her heart. Han Yunxi, you have to hold on. Bear with it a little longer, it'll be all right soon. Princess Chongping couldn't wait any longer. She made a ruckus in the guest hall, but Grand Concubine Yi ignored her. What a Han Yunxi! This princess will go find Imperial Mother. Let's see if you'll see me. Princess Chongping tossed out these words before storming off. Grand Concubine Yi was puzzled. Wanru, why do you think Princess Chongping came? I find it strange too. She shouldn't be holding a grudge over the young general's matter, right? Murong Wanru guessed. She dares. I haven't even settled accounts with her yet, but she still has the face to come? Grand Concubine Yi immediately lost her temper. No matter why Princess Chongping came to find Han Yunxi, Murong Wanru wouldn't give Han Yunxi a chance to leave the woodshed. She had to strike first to gain the upper hand. That night she'd arranged for assassins. But who would have thought that in the dead of night, Princess Chongping would come again? Moreover, she'd really brought the Empress with her. After all, the Empress was different from Princess Chongping. She was the mother of a nation and the official wife of the Emperor. Grand Concubine Yi was still polite on the surface. Aya, what kind of wind blew you mother and son to my place tonight? Grand Concubine Yi entered the guest hall with a pleasant expression and called over a servant girl to bring out good tea. The Empress's status was higher than the Grand Concubine's, but out of filial piety, she still had to pay respects to Grand Concubine Yi. Of course, Grand Concubine Yi bowed in return. Princess Chongping was already sulking as she stood unmoving on one side. Only then did Grand Concubine Yi notice Princess Chongping's abnormality. She was wearing a white muslin bamboo hat that not only covered her face, but her entire head. Chongping, this is... Grand Concubine Yi grew curious. Princess Chongping grew agitated at her question. I'm fine. Chongping, don't be rude. The Empress lectured unhappily, but her heart was filled with helplessness. Princess Chongping didn't know what sort of filth she'd gotten into that night in the prisons, but after a day or two of itching on her feet and face, she couldn't scratch them. Who knew that she'd end up with ringworm? At first, it was only on her feet, but by the second day it had grown on her face in large patches. It looked very much like psoriasis, but all the imperial physicians said it wasn't. They could only confirm that it wasn't psoriasis, but no one could make a diagnosis. Some suspected it was poison, but none of the poison doctors had any result. Because of Mu Qingwu's incident, Princess Chongping bore a grudge against imperial physician Gu and didn't seek him out. But since the day before yesterday, The ringworm on her feet had started to itch. Princess Chongping couldn't take it anymore and scratched with all her might, tearing the skin with each scratch. The imperial physicians were scared out of their wits and said it'd definitely leave a scar. Princess Chongping grew anxious, and could only set aside her grudges to find imperial physician Gu. He said it was probably poison that he couldn't treat, so he suggested she seek out Han Yunxi instead. Princess Chongping flipped out on the spot and said it was impossible. But since yesterday, the ringworm on her face had started to itch as well. It'd leave a scar if she scratched it. Once it flared up, Princess Chongping rolled on the ground in discomfort, not daring to scratch it. She didn't want to be disfigured. Although she didn't want to accept it and didn't trust Han Yunxi's medical skills, she was already at the end of her rope. She couldn't give up on her last ray of hope, so she could only sullenly seek out Han Yunxi. Grand Concubine Yi's lips rose to a mocking smile. This girl's personality is just like that. I'm used to it. The Empress was the one asking for help, so she didn't dare retort. She smiled and said, Grand Concubine Yi, is Qin Wangfei not at home? Chongping said she came looking for her last night, but didn't see her. Grand Concubine Yi didn't answer, but asked, Do you have business with Yunxi? The Empress was about to speak when Princess Chongping stopped her. She didn't want Grand Concubine Yi to know her face was ruined. The more people who knew, the more people would laugh at her. If Grand Concubine Yi laughed at her on the spot, she'd lose even more face. I just have business with her. Grand Concubine Yi, hurry and have her come out. I have important business to take her to the palace, Princess Chongping said willfully. Grand Concubine Yi exhaled slightly and didn't ask any more questions. She said mildly, So it's like that. But Yunxi and the Duke of Qin went out on a tour. What? Then where did they go? Princess Chongping was alarmed as she took a few steps forward, agitated. Chongping, you know your imperial Uncle Qin's temper. He never reports to his mother where he goes, Grand Concubine Yi said helplessly. Princess Chongping's heart burned with impatience. Then at this moment, the Empress suddenly grabbed Princess Chongping's hand. She was the Empress after all, so she knew Grand Concubine Yi was making things difficult even before she arrived. Princess Chongping was about to speak when the Empress tightened her grip and scolded her. Chongping, how many times have I taught you not to be so impetuous and impudent? Your business is important and urgent, but Qin Wangfei isn't here. Aren't you making things difficult for Grand Concubine Yi? Chapter 41. Urgent matters, Don't blame this girl if it's urgent. Just what's going on? Grand Concubine Yi feigned shock. The Empress only pretended not to hear as she continued to lecture Princess Chongping. Since Qin Wangfei went out with the Duke of Qin, then you should find your imperial father, and have him find him. It can't be that your imperial father can't find him, either. As the Empress spoke, she gave Grand Concubine Yi a meaningful look. Grand Imperial Concubine, don't you think so? One was using the Duke of Qin to threaten, while the other was using the Emperor to pressure others. Hearing this, everyone's hearts raced. Princess Chongping, on the other hand, felt enlightened and surprised. Right. I'll go find Imperial Father. This time, he'll definitely help me. Grand Concubine Yi understood the Empress's personality. With her status, she'd never speak impulsively. If she dared to bring up the Emperor today, then it meant that Princess Chongping's matters were serious. At the very least, she was confident that she could get the Emperor to show his face. Mohu, let's go. We'll find Imperial Father right away. Princess Chongping was very agitated as she tugged at the Empress to leave. Now Grand Concubine Yi was anxious. If this was any other time, she wouldn't care so much. She'd just find an excuse to hand over Han Yunxi. But right now Han Yunxi was locked up in the woodshed and about to starve to death. If news of this spread and her family's dirty linen was out in the open, where would she put her face? Grand Concubine Yi was about to speak when Murong Wanru spoke up. Esteemed Empress, Princess Chongping, wait a moment. The Empress had long expected this and pulled Princess Chongping to a stop. She always did her best to avoid bothering the Emperor with matters of the imperial harem. This was one of the biggest reasons why she was favored. Murong Wanru quickly stepped forward and bowed. Esteemed Empress, Princess Chongping, Qin Wangfei actually came back last night. But Mu Fei just came back from the estate today, and wasn't clear on the details. I didn't report in time, it's all my fault. With Murong Wanru giving her a way out, Grand Concubine felt less awkward. She came back? Why didn't you say so earlier? Princess Chongping had urgent matters. What if she was delayed? Daughter was negligent. Murong Wanru lowered her head, her face full of guilt. Grand Concubine didn't give the Empress or Princess Chongping a chance to speak, but hastened to say, Empress Chongping, have a seat. I'll go find her myself. Princess Chongping was unwilling, but the Empress signaled her to shut up with a look. Then I'll have to trouble Imperial Concubine Dowager. Grand Concubine turned back with a slight smile, but when she walked out with Murong Wanru, her entire face looked like it had been soaked in water. It was both ugly and terrifying. If Murong Wanru hadn't been there just now, she wouldn't even have had a way out of this embarrassing situation. Just what's going on? Grand Concubine raged as she walked. Mother, why do I feel that sister-in-law knows? If possible, she'd rather have the Empress and Princess Chongping go find the Emperor. That way, she'd have time to make her move. But this way, the news of Han Yunxi's death would blow up. Then she'd be the one who'd have trouble sleeping and eating. Soon enough, they reached the woodshed. Han Yunxi only had one last breath left. She was very, very tired, her eyelids so heavy that they were about to fall off. But she kept them open from beginning to end, staring at the door. She was waiting, not only for her chance to live, but for her chance to strike back at the White Lotus Murong Wanru. As soon as she saw Grand Concubine and Murong Wanru appear in the doorway, her pale lips rose into a smile before she slowly shut her eyes. Seeing this, Grand Concubine and Murong Wanru were both frightened. Someone come! Someone come! Summon the Imperial Physicians, quick! Grand Concubine cried. At this critical juncture, nothing could happen to Han Yunxi. Murong Wanru was so sullen that she had no choice but to help Han Yunxi up and pinch her philtrum acupuncture point to make her drink warm water. Soon enough, the Duke of Qin's personal Imperial Physician, Imperial Physician Li, hurried back. Seeing the scene and taking her pulse, he knew she was weak from hunger. He quickly took out some pills and had Murong Wanru feed Han Yunxi, then pressed on various acupuncture points on her hand. After a round of emergency treatment, they finally managed to wake her up. Grand Concubine exhaled in relief. She was going to punish Han Yunxi, but ended up with emergency treatment instead. Meanwhile, Murong Wanru's heart felt so stifled that she couldn't pretend to care. All she could do was remain silent. Han Yunxi's face was blank, but her eyes hid a shrewd light. Actually, she hadn't fainted, but had been watching them while they were trying to save her. Seeing her wake up, Imperial Physician Li quickly had Murong Wanru feed Han Yunxi some more sugar water. After a while, Han Yunxi finally recovered some strength. Grand Concubine Yi's heart finally settled as she asked, Han Yunxi, just what did Chongping find you for? Han Yunxi shook her head as if she didn't have the strength to speak. Grand Concubine Yi was angry, but it wasn't good for her to lose her temper. She could only endure. Then can you see her now? Han Yunxi was so weak that she didn't even shake her head. Instead, she looked towards Imperial Physician Li. Imperial Physician Li was in a difficult position. Esteemed Imperial Concubine, if it's not urgent, then it's better to let esteemed Wang Fei rest and boil some millet porridge to eat. Urgent! Grand Concubine shouted. No matter what method you use, make her regain her energy immediately. Esteemed Imperial Concubine, this official's abilities are limited. Imperial Physician Li was frightened. "Lady Mother, how about I help sister-in-law to my room to lie down first, and then tell Her Majesty the Empress that sister-in-law caught a cold and fell ill. Let them condescend to come to my place," Murong Wanru suggested. Grand Concubine could only agree. "Hurry and take her there. Hurry, don't expose any flaws." Grand Concubine was about to turn around when she shot Han Yunshi a warning look before leaving in a hurry. "Sister-in-law, you've suffered these past few days. Come to my place." Murong Wanru's eyes flashed with calculations as a pageboy carried Han Yunshi away. Murong Wanru lived in the Orchid Enclosure, a small garden-style courtyard near Grand Concubine Yi's Peony Courtyard. She didn't take Han Yunshi to her bedroom, but arranged for her to stay in an empty side room in the courtyard. Han Yunshi was placed on the bed, and as soon as the curtains were lowered, the Empress and Princess Changping arrived. Han Yunshi made to rise in greeting, but the Empress quickly stopped her. She sat by the bed and took Han Yunshi's hand. "You're excused. How could a small cold make her so ill? I think this body needs to be nourished." "Many thanks, esteemed Empress, for your concern," Han Yunshi replied weakly. Princess Changping stood on one side, unable to resist calling out for her imperial aunt, but her tone was commanding. "Imperial Aunt Qin, I have urgent matters. Hurry and come with me to the palace." Han Yunshi saw Grand Concubine standing on one side with a gloomy expression. She looked very sullen. She didn't know why Grand Concubine had been angered by this mother and son pair, but she knew her chance to turn things around had come. That ice-cold Duke of Qin was only here to repay a debt of gratitude. He wouldn't be able to protect her all the time. If she was destined to be unable to leave this residence, then all the more reason she should work hard to obtain the approval of this high and mighty mistress. And now it was an extremely good opportunity. Han Yunshi didn't reply to Princess Changping, but looked docilely towards Grand Concubine. Her meaning was that Grand Concubine had to make the decision. At this moment, Princess Changping began to feel her face itch again. In her panic, she couldn't care less as she begged, "Grand Concubine, just agree. Let Imperial Aunt come with me to the palace. I promise I'll bring her back safe and sound." If this was any other day, the Empress wouldn't let Princess Changping beg Grand Concubine like this. But seeing Princess Changping so anxious, she knew her itch had flared up again. Without a choice, the Empress could only coax, "Grand Concubine, children's private matters should be left to them." Grand Concubine assumed that Han Yunshi would use this chance to show off and throw her a look. Who knew this little wife would give her face and let her make the decision? In an instant, Grand Concubine didn't feel so sullen anymore. Instead, she felt like the Empress and Princess Changping were here to beg her. She glanced at Han Yunshi, feeling smug in her heart. She wouldn't let the Empress and Princess Changping off so easily if she had the chance. "Yunshi, cough, look at how sick your bones are. If you catch a gust of wind on the way to the palace and get worse, how will Mu Fei explain things to the Duke of Qin? He'll blame me as your mother-in-law for not taking good care of you." When did Grand Concubine learn to care for her daughter-in-law? Hearing this, the Empress's face turned gloomy. Grand Concubine was clearly using this chance to bully her. The intelligent Han Yunshi could tell what Grand Concubine was thinking. She hastened to say, "Mu Fei must be joking. Chen Xie knows His Highness's temper. He only listens to you and the Emperor. He doesn't even have the time to show filial piety to you, so how could he blame you? Chen Xie will remember Mu Fei's concern in her heart." TSK, listen to how impressive Han Yunshi's words were. She was comparing Grand Concubine to the Emperor in front of the Empress. She wasn't disrespecting the Emperor, but flattering Grand Concubine as well. Han Yunshi had no idea that the Empress had just used the Emperor to threaten Grand Concubine, but it had to be said that her words had sweetened Grand Concubine Yi's heart. They surpassed Murong Wanru's usual 100 sentences. On one side, Murong Wanru was flustered as she listened. What did Han Yunshi want to do? The Empress was so angry that she pursed her lips, unable to speak. Princess Chongping didn't have time to listen to their tit-for-tat. Her words carried hidden meanings, and the itch on her face was unbearable. Grand Concubine Yi, if her illness gets worse, I'll take responsibility. Just let her come with me to the palace. Princess Chongping was choked with sobs. But Grand Concubine Yi was slow and sluggish. She looked at Han Yunshi and sighed softly. This, Moho. Princess Chongping really cried as she tugged at the Empress's hand. Mohu, help me persuade her, quick! The Empress's chest was about to explode, but she had no choice but to speak up. Grand Concubine Yi, Chongping really has urgent matters. We've prepared a carriage right outside the door to guarantee that Yunshi's illness won't worsen. When we get to the palace, Imperial Physician Gu will be there too. Isn't it just right for him to take a look at Yunshi? Just let Yunshi go with him. It had to be said that Grand Concubine Yi really wasn't a kind soul. The Empress was already like this, but she still looked hesitant. Finally, Princess Chongping burst into tears. Grand Concubine Yi, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Very good, Grand Concubine Yi had been waiting for the word beg. Only then did she nod. Yunshi, just go with the Empress to the palace. Han Yunshi nodded obediently. The Empress immediately sent people to carry Han Yunshi out in a sedan chair. Before she got on, Grand Concubine Yi shot Han Yunshi a look, but Han Yunshi pretended not to see. She held the ginseng slice in her mouth as she thought, Grand Concubine Yi, Murong Wanru, just wait for me to come back. Chapter 42. As soon as the carriage left the Duke of Qin's estate, it stopped. The poison on Princess Chongping's face had already flared up and was currently itching unbearably. As long as she left the estate, she would be fine. Even if she was by the roadside, she couldn't care less. With a lantern in one hand and a skirt in the other, she hurriedly entered Han Yunshi's carriage. Han Yunshi was currently dozing off. Seeing her enter, she subconsciously reached out to block the dazzling light. Your Highness, you, before she could finish speaking, Princess Chongping suddenly tore off her veiled bamboo hat, revealing a face full of poison. Because of her deathly pale complexion, she appeared abnormally frightening under the illumination of the lantern light. A ghost. Han Yunshi blurted out. Half of it was an act, the other half was true. She understood this poison, but she had never seen a real case. Han Yunshi, you dare call this princess a ghost? Princess Chongping was furious. Did she really look like a ghost? Every imperial physician who had treated her had been frightened by her. She didn't even dare to look at herself in the mirror. No. Han Yunshi was extremely weak. She couldn't even shake her head and could only lie there, paralyzed. In reality, after eating medicinal pills, drinking millet porridge, and eating ginseng, Han Yunshi wasn't so weak anymore. However, in front of the domineering Princess Chongping, she obviously had to show weakness. Han Yunshi, get up. Imperial Physician Gu said you're very good at curing poisons. Hurry and cure me. Hurry. I'm dying from the itch. Princess Chongping ordered without any trace of politeness. Leaving aside the fact that Princess Chongping was a junior, she was the one asking for help. She shouldn't be shouting and ordering people around like this. If she wasn't given a real lesson, she really wouldn't learn. Princess, Han Yunshi couldn't finish her sentence. Princess Chongping was about to die from anxiety. Several times, her hands reached to her face, almost unable to resist scratching it. You what? Hurry up and help me take a look. As she spoke, she suddenly approached Han Yunshi and almost pressed her face against hers. If it were anyone else, they would have vomited already. However, Han Yunshi had seen poisons that were even more disgusting than this, so she was already immune to them. Princess, I don't have the strength. Finally, she finished her sentence. Look, just take a look. How much strength do you need to take a look? Aren't you very powerful? Why, can't you do it now? Princess Chongping was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. As she ordered, she clenched her fists, afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself. Then, "Princess, take." Han Yunshi was like a person on the verge of death. Hearing this, Princess Chongping couldn't bear it any longer and roared, "What do you want to say?" Princess Chongping didn't know that the more agitated she was, the more her adrenaline would surge. This kind of adrenaline would cause the poison on her face to flare up even faster. "Bring the lantern closer so I can see clearly," Han Yunshi said slowly. Although she was angry, at this time, she would definitely do whatever Han Yunshi told her to do. She was extremely obedient and immediately brought the lantern closer. But who knew that when the light shone over, Han Yunshi didn't even look at Princess Chongping's face. She suddenly closed her eyes and fainted. Ah! Princess Chongping was unable to restrain her anger and screamed like a madwoman. How could it be like this? She raised the lantern and was about to smash it on Han Yunshi's face, but in the end she held it back and endured it like she was enduring an itch. Han Yunshi was her last hope. Hearing this scream, the Empress, who was waiting outside, hurriedly asked, "Chongping, what's wrong?" Princess Chongping came out of the carriage and smashed the lantern on the ground. Finally, she burst into tears. She fainted. Woo-woo, that slut actually fainted. Useless thing. As she cried, her hands unconsciously scratched her face. Seeing this, the Empress was frightened and immediately went forward to grab her hands. "Don't scratch. You'll ruin your face." A palace maid at the side hurriedly helped her put on the white veil bamboo hat, but who knew that Princess Chongping would suddenly break free from the Empress's hands and flip over the hat, fiercely scratching her face. Heaven knows how itchy she was and how hard she scratched. Just this one scratch and her cheeks were already bleeding. Princess Chongping didn't seem to feel the pain and continued scratching. The Empress was so frightened that her face turned pale. "Someone, quickly stop her and grab her hands." The guards immediately rushed forward and pulled Princess Chongping's hands away. "Let go of me. You've got guts. Let go. It's so itchy, let go. I order you to let go, I'm going to kill you." Princess Chongping violently struggled, scaring the Empress into tears. Quickly tie her hands and cover her mouth." Although it was the middle of the night, they were currently on the main street. If they woke up the surrounding commoners and this matter spread, how would Princess Chongping be able to face others in the future? Very quickly, Princess Chongping's hands were tied and her mouth gagged. The Empress looked towards Han Yunshi's carriage, hatred flashing through her red eyes. "Han Yunshi, if it weren't for you, Chongping wouldn't have gone to the justice courts and wouldn't have been poisoned. You better make sure that Chongping's face is safe. Otherwise, this consort and the Empress Dowager definitely won't let you off." After bringing Princess Chongping back to her own carriage, the group hurried back to the imperial palace. The horses galloped, but the spacious and comfortable carriage wasn't bumpy at all. Han Yunshi lazily reclined, her eyes closed, but a happy smile appeared on her lips. Those who came out to make a living all had to pay. Those who came out to make a living weren't afraid. When they returned to the palace, the east was already bright. Princess Chongping was completely exhausted. The poison seemed to have passed, and she had already fainted. Han Yunshi was sent to Princess Chongping's Anping Palace. She was half asleep and half awake, allowing the palace maids to place her on a warm bed. Very quickly, the Empress and Imperial physician Gu came over. She caught a cold and is very weak. She fainted on the way here. The Empress explained the general situation. Gu Beiwa didn't say anything. He just sat by the bed and took Han Yunshi's pulse through the curtains. Gu Beiwa was a divine doctor. He knew Han Yunshi's situation with a single pulse. This was caused by starvation. It wasn't an illness, but she was weak and didn't have enough strength. Fortunately, she had already been rescued, so the problem wasn't too big. She was currently recovering, so she shouldn't be as weak as the Empress said. Gu Beiyue's clear black eyes flashed with interest. He stood up. Reporting to the Empress, this is a severe cold. The Wangfei's body is very weak and needs to be properly nurtured. If we forcefully wake her up to have her treat the princess, this official is afraid. What? The Empress quickly asked. Since they were already in the palace, she didn't care how Han Yunxi's body was. As long as she could treat Changping's illness, even if she had to draw Han Yunxi's blood, she would still agree. This official is afraid that not only will the Wangfei not be able to treat Princess Changping's illness, she won't even be able to protect her own life. Gu Beiyue was clearly exaggerating. But how could the Empress understand this? Hearing this situation, she became nervous. If it was like this, Changping's face wouldn't be preserved. She wouldn't be able to pay for Han Yunxi's life. If she had known earlier, she would have persuaded Changping to stay in the Duke of Qin's manor. If she was laughed at, then so be it. It was better than being responsible for Han Yunxi's life. The Empress took a deep breath. Then let's save her first. How long will it take for her to recover? 1 or 2 days. It's just that Princess Changping will have to suffer a bit. Gu Beiyue honestly replied. The Empress frowned. She was so depressed that she couldn't speak. Unfortunately, she had no other choice. She could only instruct Gu Beiyue, use the best medicine. You must let Qin Wangfei recover as soon as possible. Understood? This official understands. Gu Beiyue nodded. This official will go right up the prescription now. Gu Beiyue left. The Empress went to see Princess Changping, leaving behind a palace made to watch over her. Han Yunxi was so happy that she almost laughed out loud. Who knew what Gu Beiyue would use this opportunity to give her to nurse her body back to health? Although 1 or 2 days wasn't enough to completely recover, getting off the bed and moving around wouldn't harm her body. Gu Beiyue was truly a thoughtful and intelligent person. Just as Han Yunxi expected, Gu Beiyue prepared an extremely expensive prescription for warming and nourishing her body. Han Yunxi really wanted to eat a big meal, but a starving person couldn't overeat. If it was light, it would cause indigestion, and if it was heavy, it would cause her to die. Gu Beiyue's prescription not only nourished her body in the most gentle way, it also reduced her intense appetite. With the warm man's medicine and sufficient sleep, Han Yunxi was full of energy after 2 days. However, Princess Changping was miserable. In these 2 days, the poison had flared up 3 times. Each time, it was heart-wrenching, making her want to kill herself. Han Yunxi got off the bed, but Princess Changping was lying down. Her hands and feet were all tied up to prevent her from harming herself. The Empress sat by the bed and tried to persuade her. Princess Changping couldn't listen anymore and muttered, "Where's that slut Han Yunxi? She's not going to save me, is she? Mohu, bring her here. She must be faking it. She must want to see me poisoned to death. It's all because of her. It's all her fault. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have gone to the prisons, sob. Mohu, she's the one who harmed me. Mohu, let me go. I'm going to find her." Han Yunxi followed Gu Beiyue inside and listened silently. Princess Changping didn't even think about what she was doing in the prisons that night. She actually dared to blame her. When she heard Gu Beiyue talk about her condition these days, she felt a bit of sympathy and wanted to treat her poison today. But now Han Yunxi had gone back on her word. Pitiful people were always hateful. Princess Changping wasn't someone she wanted to save, so there was no need to talk to her about the benevolence of a doctor. Chenxia greets esteemed Empress. This humble subject greets esteemed Empress and Princess. Han Yunxi and Imperial Physician Gu bowed through the curtains. The Empress hastily had them rise and spoke kindly. "Yunxi, hurry and come in. Changping's been waiting for you for a long time." Princess Changping had already stopped making noise, but her phoenix eyes were glaring fiercely at Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi sat down by the bed and said mildly, "It's too dark. Bring the lantern over." A court lady quickly shone the lantern over. The strong light made Princess Changping blink, but she still stubbornly stared at Han Yunxi. Han Yunshi said mildly. Chongping, close your eyes. Let me see if there's any poison on your eyelid. At these words, Princess Chongping immediately shut her eyes. Her frightened expression made Han Yunshi feel disdain. What was this girl being so stubborn for? If she had the skills, then keep glaring at her. Han Yunshi carefully examined her face and secretly activated a scanning system to determine the spread of the poison and whether it had changed. Afterwards, she checked the condition of her legs. Princess Chongping was lucky that the poison hadn't spread much and hadn't changed. Seeing Han Yunshi finish her examination, the Empress quickly asked, "How is it? Is it poison? What kind of poison is it? Can it be treated?" Princess Chongping finally realized that the examination was over. She opened her eyes and ordered arrogantly, "Han Yunshi, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and say it." Chapter 43. Faced with Princess Chongping's cries, Han Yunshi brought out the most professional qualities of a doctor and didn't quibble. Her expression was calm and serious, giving off a sense of authority and an inexplicable sense of security. She didn't answer, but gently stroked Princess Chongping's cheek with her fingers, instantly quieting her down. Even the Empress grew nervous and didn't dare to ask. Han Yunshi touched her right side, then her left. Judging from the scan just then, Princess Chongping's poison should be flaring up again soon. She calmly touched her face for a long time. Princess Chongping and the Empress were both anxious, but they didn't dare to ask again, much less speak rudely. Even Gu Beiyue, who was waiting outside the curtains, felt nervous. He knew Han Yunshi knew how to treat poisons, but he wasn't sure if she could cure the poison on Princess Chongping's face. He was only recommending her. The room was silent, the atmosphere tense. But Han Yunshi suddenly let go of her hand, as if frightened. She quickly got up and backed away, crying out, "Heavens, the poison's changed. It's going to be contagious soon." "What?" Hearing this, the Empress backed away like she was running for her life. The court ladies around her all backed away in fear. Too frightening. Once infected with a contagious disease, even a prince would be taken away from the palace and locked up in a side palace in the outskirts. If they couldn't be cured, they'd never be able to come back. Princess Chongping gave a start, then started wailing in fear. "I don't want it! I don't want it! Sob sob, Mohu, save me! I don't want to be sent away! I don't want it!" The Empress was the one who retreated the furthest. Her face was pale with anxiety as she asked, "Yunshi, can it be cured or not?" Han Yunshi avoided answering, her expression grave. "It looks like the poison's about to flare up again." As expected, Princess Chongping began to struggle as soon as she spoke. "Itchy. Mohu, my face is starting to itch again. Let me go. All of you, let go of my hand. Mohu, why don't you help me scratch it? I'm begging you." Soon, her feet began to itch. Unfortunately, her feet were also tied up, so no matter how hard she kicked, it was to no avail. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Han Yunshi to really have the skills to hit the nail on the head. The Empress was frightened and didn't dare to go forward. She grabbed Han Yunshi's hand and asked, "You were right. Yunshi, you're too formidable. You must have a way to save Chongping, right? Yunshi, an infectious disease isn't a small matter. You must have a way, right?" Once this matter was spread out, not only Princess Chongping, but even the Empress and the others who had interacted with her would be isolated for a long time. As for the Empress, even if she didn't get infected, she probably wouldn't be able to see the Emperor for a year or so. Deep in the palace, there were so many pairs of eyes staring at the Empress. The Empress could not afford to lose this 1 year or so. "Save me! Imperial Mother, quickly ask her to save me. I'm dying of itchiness. Who can help me? Imperial Father, woo-woo. I want to see Imperial Father." Princess Chongping had already been tossed around until her speech was incoherent. At this time, Han Yunshi pushed aside the Empress's hand and said seriously, "I'll try." "Good, good." The Empress nodded. Han Yunshi walked over and sat down by Princess Chongping's side. Seeing this, everyone grew nervous and stared at her. Could this woman really have a way? Princess Chongping screamed crazily, shaking her head and twisting her body. As soon as she saw Han Yunxi, she calmed down and cursed. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. You're the one who made me like this. I'm warning you, if you can't save me, my imperial mother won't let you off. Chongping, the Empress said sternly. What nonsense are you saying? She was about to apologize to Han Yunxi when Han Yunxi raised a hand to silence her. The Empress calmed down, but Princess Chongping went even crazier. Han Yunxi, if you... Before she could finish, Han Yunxi applied the ointment to her face. In an instant, Princess Chongping shut her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. This ointment, it felt so good. The area where the ointment was applied was ice cold and didn't itch at all. If I what? Han Yunxi asked in a low voice. Princess Chongping froze and shook her head. No, nothing. Han Yunxi then applied some ointment on another piece of the poison. The cool, refreshing sensation of stopping the itch made her feel like a celestial being. Princess Chongping took a deep breath before exhaling, sighing with emotion. So comfortable. Comfortable? Han Yunxi asked with a smile. Princess Chongping nodded. I want more. I want more. Han Yunxi hesitated, her expression difficult. Princess Chongping was very nervous as she looked at the large bottle of ointment in Han Yunxi's hands. She couldn't care less about face as she begged. Imperial Qin Aunt, I'm begging you, I'm begging you. I was wrong, I brought this upon myself. I was wrong, please save me. Seeing this, the Empress panicked. Yunxi, Chongping is still young and doesn't know any better. If she's offended you in any way, please don't take it to heart. Han Yunxi turned back. Esteemed Empress must be joking. How could Yunxi bear a grudge against a junior? It's just that there are wounds on her face. If I use this ointment, Yunxi's afraid it'll leave a scar, so I'm hesitating. As she spoke, she sat down at the foot of the bed and applied the ointment on Princess Chongping's wounds. First stop the itch on your feet. As for the wounds on your face, I suggest the princess bear with it for now to avoid disfigurement. I'll do my best to create an antidote before the virus spreads. At these words, the Empress exhaled in relief. Very good, very good. She quickly told Princess Chongping, just bear with it. If your face is disfigured, your Qingwu Gij won't want you anymore. Princess Chongping's tears kept flowing. Fine, fine, fine. I'll bear with it, I can bear with it. Sob sob. I've already endured so many times. She did her best to focus on the cool feeling on her feet, but as she spoke, her hands couldn't help but struggle. It was too itchy, too painful. After applying the ointment, Han Yunxi only said, these next few days might be contagious, so it's best if you don't get close to her. These words, without a doubt, sent Princess Chongping to hell. Familial love was never pure in the imperial family. The Empress wouldn't come to see Princess Chongping again. She only left behind a few court ladies to wait on her before hurriedly leaving with Han Yunxi. Seeing Han Yunxi's retreating form, Princess Chongping was filled with hatred. But who knew how many more days of torment she'd have to endure? They hadn't even reached the guest hall when the Empress asked anxiously, Yunxi, what kind of poison is this? It's a poisonous moss. She probably caught it in the imperial prisons. That place is too dirty and full of toxins. Han Yunxi said, pretending to be serious. Esteemed Empress, the princess is a golden branch and jade leaf. If there's nothing important, she shouldn't run to the imperial prisons. Of course the Empress knew about Princess Chongping's private torture in the imperial prisons. At this moment, faced with Han Yunxi's ridicule, her face turned red. She was both embarrassed and angry, but she had no choice but to grit her teeth and endure. Gu Beiyue snuck a peek at Han Yunxi from the side, a smile rising on his lips. This woman really didn't suffer any losses. What was owed to her had to be returned. After a long time, the Empress spoke again. Then how long will it take for her to fully recover? She'll be fine as long as the poison is cured. I'll write a prescription for the antidote, so hurry and have someone grab the medicine," Han Yunshi said as she strode through the door. The Empress followed closely behind, hastily ordering people to serve her with brush and ink. Most prescriptions for antidotes only had a few ingredients, but Han Yunshi had written down a whole pile of them. It was a full 2 pages of white paper, and there was no lack of rare and precious ingredients within. The Empress didn't understand, but Gu Beiyue almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. This woman, is she sure she's writing down an antidote? She's clearly looting a burning house. There were quite a few ingredients here that were contradictory to each other, so they definitely couldn't appear in the same prescription. In the end, Gu Beiyue thought that Han Yunshi was going to stop writing, but she actually took out a third piece of white paper and wrote down the last ingredient. 10 segments cicada slew. Cicadas shed their shells after becoming black grasshoppers. It was a very common ingredient in Chinese medicine, but most cicadas only had 9 segments on their abdomen. A 10-segment cicada slew was a rarity. The Empress didn't understand, but Gu Beiyue, who was familiar with the imperial medicine storehouse, had a complicated look in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. "Your Highness, this is the prescription. Grab the medicine according to what's written on it, the sooner the better. I'll personally boil it," Han Yunshi said with a serious face. The Empress took the prescription and immediately handed it to Gu Beiyue. "Imperial Physician Gu, I'll leave this matter to you. You must find all the ingredients as soon as possible." The Empress really thought that things were too simple, but she couldn't be blamed. What kind of medicine didn't the Imperial Medicine Storehouse have? Gu Beiyue nodded and immediately left. Of course, in the afternoon, he found all the ingredients on the prescription and sent them to Han Yunshi. Only the 10-segment cicada slew was missing. "This thing isn't in the Imperial Palace?" The Empress had a look of disbelief. "Have you seriously looked for it?" "Your Highness, this official is certain that it isn't in the Imperial Medicine Storehouse." As Gu Beiyue spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Han Yunshi before continuing. "The 10-segment cicada slew is a priceless item. Only 2 have appeared so far. One is in the hands of the Northernly country's Empress, and the other, where is it?" The Empress grew anxious. This official only knows that it's in Grand Concubine Yi's hands. As for whether or not she's used it, this official doesn't know, Gu Beiyue replied truthfully. "It's in Mu Fei's hands?" Han Yunshi's face was filled with astonishment. All right, she knew long ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't have written out such a prescription. She'd seen it in Grand Concubine Yi's rooms before. It had already been meticulously framed into a work of art. Supposedly, it was meant to be Murong Wanru's dowry. Every time Murong Wanru saw it, she was always delighted. Now the Empress was in a difficult position. It wasn't easy to take something from Grand Concubine Yi's hands. After some hesitation, the Empress said sincerely, "Yunshi, why don't you talk to your Mu Fei?" Han Yunshi sighed. "Your Highness, my Mu Fei is a kind-hearted person. She'll definitely help save someone, but—" The Empress waited nervously for her to continue. If I go and ask for it, wouldn't I tell her about Chongping's illness? But you and Chongping won't let me." Han Yunshi was in a difficult position. These words finally made the Empress realize the crux of the matter. Her eyes turned cold as she began to suspect that Han Yunshi was doing this on purpose. After Han Yunshi cured Chongping and returned, Grand Concubine Yi would definitely interrogate her. Then she'd be stuck between a rock and a hard place. If she spoke, she'd offend the Empress, but if she didn't, Grand Concubine Yi would be unhappy. If she went to ask for the medicine now, it meant the Empress was giving her permission to tell Grand Concubine Yi the truth. Nobody could blame her then. The Empress was furious in her heart. What a smart Han Yunshi. She'd underestimated her too much in the past. Seeing the Empress hesitate, Han Yunshi waited patiently. Actually, she already had the antidote in her medical pouch. She only wanted to ask for some ingredients as payment for the consultation and take care of Grand Concubine Yi's troubles while paving the way for her own return. Chapter 44. The Empress's eyes flickered between light and darkness. Still, despite her anger, she had no other choice since she was the one asking for help. She hid her anger and spoke kindly. Yunshi, how about this? Just say that Changping's sick. As for what illness it is, don't mention it. After all, it's not a good thing, so it won't be good if word gets out. Empress, my Mufei isn't an outsider. Naturally, she won't spread the news. Han Yunshi was a good daughter-in-law and immediately defended her mother-in-law. The Empress nodded and coaxed, of course, but Changping's illness is contagious, and it's on her face. A girl hasn't married yet, so we have to leave her some face, don't you think? Han Yunshi looked understanding and nodded. Chenxia understands. Then we'll say that Changping has a heart fever and needs the 10 segments cicada slew to clear the heat and detoxify the poison. Just say it like that. You should make a trip yourself? The Empress probed. She'd already yielded so far, so there was no way she'd lower her face to beg Grand Concubine Yi. That would be too sullen. If Han Yunshi went, then there'd be no point in her doing this. She wouldn't go, but said, I still have to watch over the princess in case the poison becomes contagious. Esteemed Empress, there's no time to lose. You should find someone to go in my place. The Empress grew nervous again at the mention of contagious poison. Without a choice, she could only push the matter to Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei didn't express any opinions, but respectfully agreed. He immediately went to the Duke of Qin's estate to ask for the medicine. She didn't know how things were over at the Duke of Qin's estate the entire afternoon, but Gu Beiwei still hadn't returned. The Empress sat restlessly in the guest hall, waiting anxiously. Meanwhile, Han Yunshi was hiding in the kitchens, saying she was concentrating on making the antidote. She didn't want anyone to disturb her, but she'd long swapped out all the precious ingredients. She took out all the precious ingredients and the ones she didn't have in her detox system. Then she took out some common ingredients and mixed them all together. Right now, she was huddled by the stove to warm herself while pondering the situation at the Duke of Qin's estate. Grand Concubine Yi had always thought that she'd lost face after being imprisoned. Now that she was giving her a chance to regain some face, she should be happy. Since Princess Changping was ill and needed the medicine, Grand Concubine Yi couldn't deny it. Han Yunshi was certain that Grand Concubine Yi would give her this medicine. Most likely, Murong Wanru would be disappointed to see her long-cherished dowry taken away. Thinking up to here, Han Yunshi was amused. But Han Yunshi never expected Grand Concubine Yi to enter the palace with Gu Beiwei at sunset. Even the Empress was very surprised and forced a smile to receive him. Grand Concubine Yi, it's only a single type of medicine. Changping can't afford to trouble you to deliver it personally. The Empress didn't ask any questions, but took the initiative to strike first. But Grand Concubine Yi's face was stern. Empress, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're hiding such an important matter from even me? And here I thought Changping invited Yunshi to the palace to play. Who knew she was here to treat an illness? Before the Empress could explain, Grand Concubine Yi glanced at Han Yunshi and said, If I knew she was here to treat an illness, I wouldn't have let her come. What kind of medical skills does she have? Won't she just randomly prescribe medicine to treat Changping's illness? Han Yunshi lowered her head and didn't say a word. The Empress grew anxious and hastened to explain. How could that be? There's Imperial Physician Gu here to check things out. Imperial Physician Gu checks things out? Then let Imperial Physician Gu treat her, it'll be safe. Grand Concubine Yi said, looking straight at Han Yunshi. She's just an ignorant and incompetent liar. If she knew how to treat illnesses, she wouldn't be called trash. Just a few days ago, she almost spent her whole life in jail. What can she treat? At these words, the Empress's face turned black. She was clearly taking deep breaths. Grand concubine Yi had come to find trouble today. Still, the Empress was the Empress. Her self-cultivation was excellent. She sighed helplessly. Aya, my esteemed imperial concubine, don't be so modest. Who dares to call Yunshi trash? I'll be the first to object. That matter with the young general was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Chongping's already apologized, so a great person like you shouldn't bicker with a petty person. Grand concubine Yi was delighted to hear this and looked askance at her. Who doesn't know that Chongping's bad temper came from spoiling her? Anger flashed past the Empress's eyes, but she held it in. She rose and bowed, half joking and half serious. Yes, yes, yes. It's Chenxia's fault. Chenxia will apologize to esteemed imperial concubine. Grand concubine Yi pretended to be nervous and hastened to support her. I can't accept it, I can't accept it. I was just joking. Which elder doesn't dote on a child? Take our family's Yunshi for example, I still spoil her every day. Hearing the two women in the palace exchange false affections, Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwei both felt goosebumps rise on their skin as they looked at each other in silence. Still, Han Yunshi knew that her days back home wouldn't be as hard as before. Grand concubine Yi was enjoying herself to her heart's content. She had the mood and time to pretend, but the Empress didn't. She was worried about Princess Chongping's infection period and didn't want to waste a second. Grand concubine Yi Yunshi's medical skills don't lose to imperial physician Gu's. I don't know what rumors are spreading outside to call her trash. As I see it, the Empress Dowager is right. The Duke of Qin married Yunshi and picked up a big bargain, the Empress said seriously. If this was the past, Grand concubine Yi would find these words ironic, but now she felt comfortable listening to them. She originally thought that there was something fishy about Han Yunshi curing the young general, but after imperial physician Gu came to explain the situation in the afternoon, she was stunned. She never expected Han Yunshi's medical skills to be so good. Now it looked like the Empress Dowager regretted forcing the Duke of Qin to marry Han Yunshi. The Empress apologized and said good things, making Grand concubine Yi feel comfortable in her heart. She'd fought with the Empress Dowager for so many years, but it had been a long time since she'd felt so satisfied. Thus, she easily took out the 10-section cicada slew. She didn't give it to the Empress, but personally handed it to Han Yunshi with a kind tone. Yunshi, you have to be careful. I'll leave Princess Chongping to you. Han Yunshi rose to accept it. Mufei, don't worry. Chenxia understands. Chenxia will go boil the medicine right away. Esteemed Wang Fei, this official will be your assistant. Gu Beiwei hastened to say. He knew Han Yunshi's prescription was fake and was curious to know what the real antidote was. The head imperial physician was going to be Han Yunshi's assistant? Grand concubine Yi was even happier as she chuckled. Imperial physician Gu, go. Hurry and go. But halfway there, Han Yunshi dismissed Gu Beiwei with a single sentence. Imperial physician Gu, why don't you go take a look at Princess Chongping's? Gu Beiwei knew she didn't want him to follow. He hesitated, wanting to say something, but chose to remain silent in the end. With a smile, he said, this official obeys. But before he could leave, Han Yunshi turned back with a smile like a flower. Gu Beiwei, thanks. So speaking, she turned and left, leaving Gu Beiwei stunned. After a while, he helplessly shook his head, his smiling eyes as gentle as an April spring breeze. Han Yunshi went to the kitchens and took care of all the medicine she'd boiled before taking out the antidote from her medical pouch and boiling it into a decoction before personally carrying it out. The Empress and Grand Concubine Yi were both waiting by Princess Chongping's door. Seeing Han Yunshi personally bring the medicine over, the Empress rejoiced. This is the medicine, right? Exactly, Han Yunshi nodded. The Empress personally opened the door, but didn't enter. She even stopped Grand Concubine Yi from entering. Esteemed Imperial Concubine, it smells of medicine inside. Chongping's afraid of the wind and hasn't opened the windows in days. It's better if we wait outside. Grand concubine Yi was a clean freak. Now that she smelled something wrong, she hesitated. That's fine too. Imperial physician Gu naturally followed them inside, leaving the Empress and Grand concubine Yi outside. Although it was said to be curable, whether it was cured or not would depend on the final results. The Empress was very nervous, so was Grand concubine Yi, who'd come all the way to the palace to show off her arrogance. But they ended up waiting for an hour before the Empress couldn't sit still any longer. Someone come, go inside and see what's going on. Grand concubine Yi furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, Han Yunshi, Han Yunshi. I came here today to gain face. If you make me lose face in the palace, I won't just starve you for a few days and nights when I get back. The court lady was afraid of being infected, but had no choice but to enter the room. Unexpectedly, the door opened from the inside just as she was about to enter. It was Gu Beiwei who opened the door with Han Yunshi behind him. Very soon, they saw the windows on both sides open as well. The Empress and Grand concubine Yi rose at the same time, speaking at the same time. How is it? The medicine has cured the illness. It's just that the princess has been tired out these past few days and her body is very weak. She needs time to nurse herself back to health, Han Yunshi replied calmly. Really? The Empress's face was incredulous. Really, it's all better? Actually, she wanted to ask if it was still contagious. This was just Han Yunshi's mischievous prank. She nodded and said, Esteemed Empress, Chongping must really want to see you. You should hurry inside. With Han Yunshi's words, the Empress's heart finally settled back down. Without a word, she entered the room. Grand concubine Yi felt that something was off, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She hurried inside as well. Inside the room, Princess Chongping's hands and feet had already been freed. Although her body was weak, her mind was abnormally excited. She was ordering a servant girl to bring her a mirror. Although her skin was rougher than before and there were scars on both sides of her face, it was still better than having a face full of poison. Although Imperial physician Gu and Han Yunshi had both said that the scars on her face would take a few months to disappear, she was so excited that she didn't care about such details. Her face was healed and wouldn't be disfigured. She wouldn't infect others. Princess Chongping didn't want to admit it, but it had to be said that Han Yunshi had saved her face for a lifetime. The Empress hurried back and covered her mouth in shock at the sight of Princess Chongping's face. Heavens, it was true. All the imperial physicians and famous poison doctors couldn't treat her illness, but Han Yunshi's bowl of medicine had cured her, and the effects had been so quick. The Empress sat down and looked at her daughter's white face, so moved that she couldn't speak. But Grand concubine Yi was puzzled. Chongping, you caught a fever. How did you injure your face? Wasn't it because she couldn't take it and scratched herself? The Empress hastened to find an excuse. Princess Chongping was completely immersed in her joy as she stared fixedly at the mirror. She didn't pay attention to anyone who spoke. What, Yunshi didn't treat her while you were at it? Grand concubine Yi asked doubtfully. At this moment, the mama on the side spoke up. To reply, esteemed imperial concubine, Qin Wangfei prescribed some medicine for external use. She said it'd take a few months for her to fully recover. Grand concubine Yi was very satisfied as she smiled. That's good. Hee Chongping, it's your good fortune to have such an imperial aunt. Chapter 45. Good fortune? Princess Chongping looked over and was about to speak when the Empress stopped her. Isn't that so? This is all thanks to Grand Imperial Concubine's medicine. Chenxia will definitely report this to the Empress Dowager and have her prepare a large gift to thank you both. The Empress didn't dare let the Empress Dowager know about this, but she knew that Grand Concubine Yi wouldn't leave unless she did. This time, she'd had enough. Once Chongping recovered, she really didn't want to see Grand Concubine Yi and Han Yunshi again. Grand Concubine Yi was flushed with success as she beamed from ear to ear. You're too polite, too polite. No need. Yunshi was even bestowed to the Duke of Qin's estate by the Empress Dowager. Han Yunshi explained a few more things to take note of before returning to the estate with Grand Concubine Yi. Seeing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law leave hand in hand, the Empress stomped her feet angrily before turning to stride back into the rooms. Princess Chongping was still immersed in her joy. How could she know how much her mother had suffered in order to save her? Chongping, you better be careful when you do things in the future. This time, it wasn't just me, but your imperial grandmother's face as well. You didn't see how smug Grand Concubine Yi was. The Empress was panting with rage. Only then did Princess Chongping have the servants take away the mirror. Mohu, you can't blame me for this. Isn't it all Han Yunshi's fault? If not for her, I never would have gone to a damned place like the imperial prisons. It's only right that she saved me. Don't expect me to repay her. You're still talking? When have you ever made Mohu feel at ease with your work? The Empress roared. Princess Chongping was startled. She'd never been yelled at by Mohu before. Princess Chongping trailed off. Princess Chongping thought for a moment. Imperial Mother, who knows if she was the one who poisoned me? I've long suspected that she was the one who poisoned Qingwu Gij as well. Otherwise, how could a good-for-nothing like her suddenly become so powerful? Of course only she could cure her own poison. At these words, the Empress was on guard. A good-for-nothing like Han Yunshi suddenly becoming a genius was truly unimaginable. Imperial Mother, why don't we test her again? Princess Chongping hurriedly suggested. The Empress's cold eyes deepened and a scheming look flashed through her eyes. Even if Han Yunshi was married, she was still a member of the Han family and the daughter of divine Dr. Han. Perhaps she could discuss with the Empress Dowager. As soon as they left the palace, Grand Concubine Yi released Han Yunshi's hand. Han Yunshi wasn't surprised. She knew that as the daughter of the Empress Dowager's benefactor, she was Grand Concubine Yi's enemy. She didn't expect the Grand Concubine to treat her like her own daughter, but she wanted less trouble. Once inside the carriage, Grand Concubine Yi's first words were, "Where did you learn your medical skills?" Han Yunshi was answering Long Fei Yi the same way she answered Grand Concubine Yi back then. No matter who asked, she'd give the same answer. Whether it was Long Fei Yi or Grand Concubine Yi, they'd both investigated her beforehand. They wouldn't be able to find any flaws in her behavior in the Han family, and they wouldn't be able to find any clues here. Grand Concubine Yi's face turned gloomy at the mention of Lady Tianxin. She didn't pursue the matter, nor did she pursue the matter of her imprisonment in the imperial prisons. Murong Wanru was waiting by the gates, her usually quiet and obedient face now terrifyingly gloomy. Her heart had been stifled for half a day. The 10-section cicada slough was the dowry she'd been looking forward to ever since she was young. She never expected to lose it all because of Han Yunshi's prescription. In the past, no matter how much she hated people, she could always smile naturally. But facing Han Yunshi, she almost couldn't do it. Seeing Grand Concubine Yi and Han Yunshi approach from afar, Murong Wanru couldn't stop taking deep breaths. It took a long time for her to calm down. She strode forward with a face full of concern. "Sister-in-law, how was it? The Empress and Princess didn't make things difficult for you, did they?" Han Yunshi's lips rose into a cold smile as she said mildly, "Mu Fei's already gone. How could they dare to make things difficult for me? Mu Fei would lose face." These words gave Murong Wanru a start and she hastened to explain. "Mu Fei, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried about sister-in-law." Her aggrieved expression made Han Yunshi feel like she'd really bullied her. Grand Concubine Yi pursed her lips, a little impatient. "Han Yunshi, it's good that you know how to take care of my face. In the future, on the 1st of every month, come to the accounts to get your allowance. As a Wang Fei, you need to act like one. Look at how poor you look." So speaking, she disdainfully sized her up from head to toe before turning to leave. But Murong Wanru was left dumbfounded. Mu Fei was actually going to give Han Yunshi her allowance? With that, Han Yunshi would have even more freedom. Then how was she supposed to make things difficult for Han Yunshi in the future? Murong Wanru couldn't accept it. She couldn't maintain her docile expression any longer as her face grew taut. Little sister, I heard the 10 segments of the cicada slough was your dowry. It can't be true, right? Han Yunshi asked her on purpose. You. Murong Wanru was so angry that tears rolled down her cheeks. With a snort, she turned and ran off. Seeing this, Han Yunshi laughed out loud. Murong Wanru, Murong Wanru. Sooner or later, I'll beat you back to your original form. After taking care of Murong Wanru, Han Yunshi thought of the precious ingredients she'd brought back from the palace and felt even better. She skipped all the way back to the hibiscus courtyard, but as soon as she reached the gardens, she ran into the giant iceberg, Long Fei Yi. When did this guy come back? This guy who appeared and disappeared like a ghost seemed to always come back for business. Last time, he'd asked her for an antidote. Just whose poison did he want to cure? And that time when he was poisoned, what was that about? According to Han Yunshi's understanding, Long Fei Ye's martial arts weren't bad. The person who could injure him couldn't be weak either. Han Yunshi unconsciously stopped and looked into the distance. She saw Long Fei Yi sitting among the flowers, drinking tea by himself. With his cold, hard lines and sharp features, even if he was just sitting there casually, the aura he exuded from his every movement was so elegant and noble, like a lofty king. One person and one cup of tea formed a world of their own that no one could enter. Han Yunshi unconsciously stared at him in a daze again. It wasn't until a piercingly cold gaze shot over that she abruptly came back to her senses. Long Fei Yi looked directly at her from afar. Han Yunshi reflexively showed a friendly smile. You're back. But she quickly regretted it. What did his return have to do with her? With a fake smile, Han Yunshi turned to leave. Long Fei Yi domineeringly ordered, "Come here." Han Yunshi ignored him and continued walking. "This prince has been waiting for you for a long time." Long Fei Ye's voice became unyielding. Waiting for her? To cure the poison again? All right, Han Yunshi admitted that she was a little curious, but also a little afraid of his strength. She turned back and sat down in front of Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi opened his mouth and asked, "Princess Chongping's matter has been resolved?" He knew? "Your Highness's information is really fast," Han Yunshi said. Long Fei Yi didn't pursue the matter and indifferently said, "Rest early. Come out with me early tomorrow morning." This guy wanted to take her out? To do what? Han Yunshi was curious. Things like going to a banquet or meeting friends. Han Yunshi didn't have any extravagant requests. To cure the poison. Long Fei Ye's words were concise and comprehensive. It was this again. Han Yunshi really wanted to tell him that she might as well quit being his Wang Fei and change professions to become his personal poison doctor. Faced with this question of changing professions, Han Yunshi's attitude was still very professional. "Cure what kind of poison?" "You'll know when you get there," Long Fei Yi said. Han Yunshi nodded. "I want to pay the consultation fee." Long Fei Ye's face was full of disdain and he wasn't even willing to answer. He only nodded and got up to leave. After taking 2 steps, he said, "I'll come find you tomorrow morning at 3 in the morning." Han Yunshi was about to nod when she suddenly froze. Wait, 3 in the morning? 3 in the morning was between 3 in the morning to 5 in the morning. In the eyes of the ancients, this was considered the morning of the next day. But in Han Yunshi's eyes, this was the middle of the night. Waking up early in the winter was the most painful thing, not to mention going out. Han Yunshi's face was pale. She quickly chased after him. "You can either go tonight or go tomorrow after the sun comes up. I can't go this early." "Why?" Long Fei Yi asked with a frown. Han Yunshi only replied with one word. "Cold. I'll pay double the consultation fee." Long Fei Yi was very generous, but who knew that Han Yunshi's attitude was firm? "I won't go even if it's 10 times the price." At this moment, Long Fei Yi turned his head and asked, Han Yunshi, is there any poison that you don't know how to cure? Han Yunshi was slightly taken aback, but then she replied with a serious attitude, that's hard to say. There are countless types of poisons in the world. Under the same type, there are countless branches. Even if it's the same type of poison, depending on the depth of the poison, the time of poisoning, and the person's physical condition, the antidote will be different. So, Chenxia can't give you a definite answer. Long Fei Yi listened attentively, then asked again, what if it's not a person poisoned? Is it an animal poisoned? Han Yunshi was puzzled. The first thing that came to mind was this guy's horse. Otherwise, what other animal could he keep? But, to save his horse, he didn't have to go out in the middle of the night, did he? Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't answer, but said indifferently, you'll know when you go. Rest early. I'll come and find you at 3 in the morning. With that, he left. Han Yunshi chased after him for a few steps, but couldn't catch up. Hey, what's going on? What was it that was poisoned? Tell me clearly. If you don't tell me, I'm really not going? No matter how Han Yunshi threatened him, Long Fei Yi didn't look back. Soon, his figure was submerged in the bushes. Han Yunshi was stunned on the spot. She was depressed. What kind of poison was it? What kind of inhuman thing was poisoned? Did he have to keep her in suspense like this? Did she want to go or not? As a senior poison doctor, she had a very strong professional curiosity. In the modern era, she had studied almost all the poisonous bacteria that she could get her hands on. Now that she was in the ancient era, she had a childlike desire to know more about the poisonous bacteria and toxins that were extinct in the modern era. Long Fei was being so mysterious. Just what was going on? That night, Han Yunshi tossed and turned restlessly in bed. Time passed unknowingly. Dong dong dong. The strong knocking sound woke Han Yunshi, who had just fallen asleep. Looking at the hourglass, it was 3 in the morning. Han Yunshi wore the thickest clothes in the wardrobe, but it still couldn't warm her up. As soon as the door opened, Long Fei's lofty, mountain-like body blocked most of it. Still, the bone-chilling wind still managed to find its way in. She hadn't even stepped out of the threshold before her teeth started chattering. She hurriedly hid by the door. She had a small physique, and with her hands in her sleeves and her neck shrunk, she appeared even smaller. Long Fei Yi looked at her pitiful appearance from high above, and his lips curled into a disdainful smile. This woman was really weak. Are you still going? Coldly, he asked. Who knew that when Han Yunshi raised her head, her face was deathly pale. However, that pair of bright eyes sparkled with stubbornness. She was so cold that her lips were trembling, but her voice didn't tremble. Go, of course I'm going. 300 taels, not a single tael less. Long Fei Ye's heart jolted slightly. He had to admit that every single word in this reply was out of his expectations. Chapter 46. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with admiration that even he himself didn't realize. He took out the money pouch and threw it to Han Yunshi. However, Han Yunshi threw it back and said seriously, "It's not too late to accept it when you see the poison." She was a little woman who loved money but wasn't greedy. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything and just turned to leave. Han Yunshi hurriedly followed him out. Oh my! The wind outside was so strong. It was more than twice as cold as the room. Long Fei Yi walked very quickly. Han Yunshi trotted behind him, thinking that they could take a carriage after they got out of the door, right? But who knew that Long Fei Yi would stop at the entrance of Hibiscus Courtyard? Han Yunshi hid behind him to avoid the wind. She shivered and asked, "What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi turned around and opened his arms to raise his large cloak. He said coldly and domineeringly, "Come in." The wind made his cloak flutter. In the dark night, his features were cold and resolute. His brows were sharp like knives. He was like a god of darkness, looking down at her from high above. Han Yunshi was stunned. She didn't understand what this meant. Long Fei Yi didn't have that much patience. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, placing her under his arm. His hand closed, and the large cloak wrapped around her tightly, blocking the invasion of the cold wind. In that instant, Han Yunshi's heart thumped and sped up. She panicked, "Oh my God!" His body was so warm and exuded the mesmerizing scent of ambergris. Was this what it felt like to be under the wings of an angel? It was so warm. Before Han Yunshi could recover her wits, Long Fei had already wrapped his arms around her. With a light tap of his feet, they flew towards the northwest of the capital city. Han Yunshi wrapped herself in a cloak and snuggled into Long Fei Ye's warm embrace. She followed Long Fei Yi as they flew through the air. Their speed was even faster than riding a horse. In the dark night, other than the occasional flickering lights, she couldn't see anything clearly. She didn't know where he was taking her, but she was very relieved. Although her body was warm, the wind blowing against her face was cold and sharp like a knife. Soon, Han Yunshi couldn't stand it anymore. She turned her face sideways and lowered her head, but she couldn't avoid it. In the end, she had no choice but to carefully turn her body sideways. She moved a little. Seeing that Long Fei Yi did not respond, she became bolder. She stretched her arms behind him and leaned to the side, burying her head in his body. This time, she was finally completely warm. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous. She stiffened for a while. Seeing that Long Fei Yi didn't have any objections, she slowly relaxed and enjoyed the warmth. Long Fei kept his eyes forward as he maintained his speed. Still, his lips had somehow curved into a curve as well, as if he disdained her cowardice. It was as if he was toying with her boldness, just like his deep, dark eyes, mysterious and enchanting. It was hard to fathom what he was thinking. He led her over walls and over mountains. She could only feel the wind whizzing past her. She was oblivious to everything around her. Unknowingly, she became sleepy and fell into a daze. It wasn't until Long Fei Yi brought her down and stood on the ground that she woke up. She poked her head out of his embrace and found herself on a high cliff. It was early in the morning. Long Fei Yi looked down. "You can let go now." She was stunned. Only then did she realize that this guy had let go of her a long time ago. Her hands had hugged his waist from behind. Han Yunshi blushed. As if she had been electrocuted, she hurriedly retracted her arms and struggled out of his wide cloak. The moment she left his protection, the cold attacked her from all directions. However, Han Yunshi still felt that her face was very, very hot. She didn't look at him and tried her best to ignore the awkwardness. She said mildly, "What are we doing here?" Long Fei Yi looked at the sky and said, "Wait for another 15 minutes. Strange. Why did this guy bring her here? Wasn't he here to cure the poison? Would someone come in another 15 minutes? Han Yunshi didn't ask any more questions. She looked around and realized that there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges around her. She couldn't tell where she was, and below the cliff was an abyss. The morning fog hadn't dispersed yet, so she couldn't see the bottom. The sun had already risen, and the white sky was dyed golden. It was a spectacular sight. Han Yunshi hadn't seen the sunrise in a long time. She was lost in thought when a beeping sound suddenly sounded in her mind. Poison? Judging from the rhythm and volume of the beeping sound, this poison wasn't ordinary. It was very large. Han Yunshi was alert. She turned to look at Long Fei Yi, who was also watching the sunrise. "There's poison nearby. What's going on?" Long Fei Yi was a little surprised. "How did you know? This poison is very strange. Tell me what's going on." Han Yunshi was serious. At this moment, Long Fei Yi looked down at the abyss. This abyss is filled with poisonous fog all year round. It sinks to the bottom of the abyss at night and floats up when the sun rises. Han Yunshi was very surprised. She didn't expect that it wasn't humans or animals that were poisoned, but the air. "Do you want to go down?" Han Yunshi asked. "There's a spy from the northernly country hiding below. He's good at using poison," Long Fei Yi said lightly. "So that's how it was. He came to capture people, but he was blocked by the poisonous fog and couldn't go down." Han Yunshi watched the white fog slowly rising. Her beautiful eyebrows slowly knitted together. It seemed that things weren't as Long Feiyi thought. "Can you do it?" Long Feiyi asked. At this moment, a quarter of an hour was up. She saw a cloud of black gas faintly appear in the white fog. The alarm in Han Yunshi's head reached the highest level. However, very quickly, the black gas drifted back into the valley and disappeared. "See, this cloud of black gas is the most poisonous," Long Feiyi said lightly. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi said, "This isn't poisonous fog." The poisonous fog that Long Feiyi spoke of was actually miasma. It was the foul air of the mountains and forests, appearing at the end of spring and disappearing at the end of autumn. If there wasn't enough temperature, miasma wouldn't form. Now that it was winter, even the places where the sun shone on the mountaintop were freezing to death, to say nothing of the shady valley. "Then what is it?" Long Feiyi was alarmed. He had once sent a group of elite soldiers down there, but half of them died before they could find the person. Those who escaped said there was miasma down there, so it wasn't long before they all died of poison. The spy hiding in the valley held important military secrets of Tianing country in his hands. If he escaped, the consequences would be unthinkable. He'd already chased after him for more than a month. Last time, he'd been poisoned because of that spy. This spy was very treacherous. He'd waited until the last moment to use his poison skills. Before that, no one knew he could use poison. Long Feiyi had chased him all the way here, but the spy had hidden himself in the sealed valley and hadn't come out again. It should be a poisonous mosquito swarm. Han Yunshi was surprised as well. She hadn't expected to run into something like this. Many ancient texts had recorded that when a cloud of miasma floated past, people would die of poison. This cloud of miasma was then called miasma. But in reality, that black cloud of miasma wasn't real miasma, but a large number of mosquitoes flying together. The ancients mistook it for miasma. These mosquitoes carried the bacteria of malignant malaria. If humans and animals were bitten by them, they'd be infected and die quickly. It was like being poisoned. Under these conditions, it was impossible for a poisonous miasma to form, but it was very possible that there was a swarm of poisonous mosquitoes hidden in the valley fog. Poisonous mosquito swarm? This was the first time Long Feiyi had heard of this term. The white fog isn't poisonous. That cloud of black miasma is the poisonous mosquito swarm. When there's not enough light, it looks like black miasma, so you've all misunderstood. Han Yunshi explained seriously, then said, "Take me down. I have to get close to that cloud of black miasma to know what kind of poisonous mosquito it is." In modern times, there were countless types of poisonous mosquitoes, not to mention in ancient times. Many of them had not gone extinct, so there were definitely more of them than in modern times. Han Yunshi had to determine whether she could recognize them or not, and whether she could make an effective mosquito repellent. After confirming that the white fog wasn't poisonous, everything was simple for Long Feiyi. Without saying anything, he grabbed Han Yunshi's waist and jumped down. As soon as they entered the valley, Han Yunshi's detoxification system detected the presence of poison. Soon, she determined the direction. "It's on the right." Long Feiyi hugged her tightly and flew over in an instant. However, not long after, the detoxification system reminded them that there was poison on the left as well. Could it be that there was more than one swarm? Han Yunshi was shocked. Who knew that at this time, the detoxification system's emergency warning came from above and below? Heavens, above, below, left and right. Was this the rhythm of surrounding them? "We're surrounded," Han Yunshi whispered. Before she could finish speaking, Long Feiyi saw a black, fog-like thing rapidly encircling them from all directions. Long Feiyi didn't expect there to be 4 swarms, but he was very calm. "How close do we have to be to detect the poison?" "Hurry up and leave, it's too dangerous. They're very fast." Han Yunshi made a prompt decision to escape. Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi coldly said, Answer this prince's question. 10 steps away. I can determine what poison it is. Han Yunshi answered truthfully. 10 steps. Based on the current speed of the poisonous mosquito swarm, after 10 steps, they would be able to reach them in an instant. Moreover, they were surrounded from above, below, left, and right. In other words, when the poisonous mosquito swarm was 10 steps away from them, they would be submerged in the black fog in an instant. Han Yunshi didn't even dare to think about it. She still didn't know what kind of poison the poisonous mosquito swarm carried, and she wasn't sure if she could neutralize it. Moreover, if she was poisoned, what would she do? Just as she was feeling nervous, Long Feiyi only said 2 words, "Wait." "No." Han Yunshi shouted. She watched as the poisonous mosquito swarm came closer and closer. She seemed to be able to hear that terrifying and annoying buzzing sound. "Prepare to be tested," Long Feiyi tyrannically ordered. This wasn't an ordinary poison, but a poisonous mosquito swarm. 4 large swarms of poisonous mosquito swarm. Being swept by them was more terrifying than being galloped by a large herd of antelopes. They would be covered in cuts and bruises. Han Yunshi admitted that she was timid. She shouted, "No, I'm scared." However, Long Feiyi suddenly pulled her into his arms and coldly said, "With this prince here, you're not allowed to be scared. So domineering! So domineering!" Han Yunshi hated arrogant, overbearing, and unreasonable men the most. However, at this moment, she didn't feel any disgust at all. Her heart thumped wildly, and she calmed down for no reason. This man's domineering aura gave people a sense of security. At this moment, the poisonous mosquito swarm from above, below, left, and right approached at the same time. "Are you ready?" Long Feiyi asked in a low voice. After calming down, Han Yunshi brought out her professional standards and fully activated the scanning system. She constantly paid attention to the movements of the black swarm in all 4 directions. She also said in a low voice, "Ready." Chapter 47. Right at this moment, the venomous mosquito swarms that were flying towards them from all directions suddenly stopped. Han Yunshi knew that this was a sign that they were about to attack. She quickly scanned her surroundings and made a prompt decision. "Let's go." Sure enough, after a second of pause, the venomous mosquito swarmed towards them from all directions. In an instant, Long Feiyi pressed his hand down and pulled Han Yunshi into his embrace. He raised his cloak and wrapped it tightly around her. Then, his figure flashed and turned into a lightning-fast figure, passing through the gap between 2 black shadows. A second faster was too fast, and a second slower was too slow. Just as Long Feiyi passed through the narrow gap, the 4 swarms of venomous mosquito swarms merged into a large group and chased after them crazily. Long Feiyi didn't stop and quickly flew up the cliff. The venomous mosquito swarms chased after them relentlessly. As they chased, the large group could even transform into the shape of a sharp arrow to increase their speed and attack. Han Yunshi was tightly wrapped in the cloak, and not a single inch of her skin was exposed. However, she could hear the deafening buzzing sound, which meant that the venomous mosquito swarms were very close to them. Moreover, they were angry to make such loud noises. Han Yunshi really wanted to poke her head out to see what was going on. Were they almost at the cliff? However, just as she was thinking, her feet suddenly landed on the ground. "They're up?" Han Yunshi was overjoyed. She struggled free from Long Feiyi's arm and pulled down the cloak to take a look. In the abyss, a large group of venomous mosquito swarms were hovering around, not daring to come up. Not long after, they were gradually submerged in the abyss. Han Yunshi turned back to look at Long Feiyi and smiled sweetly under the sunlight. "Long Feiyi, you're amazing." Han Yunshi's back was facing the sunlight and her entire body was covered with a layer of faint golden glow. Her sweet smile was like a flower blooming in the sunlight. Long Feiyi looked at her and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. However, he quickly threw out a sentence coldly. "Coward." Han Yunshi immediately stopped smiling. She pulled the corners of her mouth and rolled her eyes, too lazy to argue with him. The information that she had just scanned was still stored in the detoxification system. She was so frightened that she didn't have time to retrieve it. She turned around and closed her eyes to take a deep breath. The detoxification system was tied to her consciousness. If she was too messy, the detoxification system would also be messed up. "Have you figured out what poison it is?" Long Fei urged. He thought that Han Yunshi had only to see and smell it. Han Yunshi quickly organized her thoughts and turned around. She said in all seriousness, "Your Highness, congratulations. The 4 groups of poisonous mosquitoes are of the same type. They are called spider mosquitoes, which means that they carry the same venom. There is only one type of venom that is the same as the spider black widow's venom. It is commonly known as the widow's venom." She didn't know if Han Yunshi was lucky or if Long Fei was lucky. Han Yunshi had studied these strange spider mosquitoes in the modern era. This was a very strange phenomenon. Mosquitoes and spiders had the same venom. Without a doubt, Han Yunshi's detoxification system had medicine. Not only did it have the antidote, it also had a special mosquito-killing liquid. Hearing Han Yunshi say this, Long Fei nodded and asked, "How long do you need to make the antidote?" "Yes." Han Yunshi smiled. She was naturally in a good mood because she had medicine prepared. Unexpectedly, Long Fei slowly narrowed his dangerous eyes. All right, no matter how good her mood was, she shouldn't joke with this iceberg. She would freeze to death. "I have it now," Han Yunshi said coldly. Seeing Long Fei raise his eyebrows in disbelief, she snorted lightly and took out 2 bottles of spray medicine and a box of antidote from her medical bag. Long Fei looked at this strange thing. His handsome brows furrowed even tighter, and he looked puzzled. Han Yunshi laughed inwardly. It was rare to see this iceberg with this kind of expression. She had to admit that his knitted brows were so charming. "This is the antidote. This is the mosquito-killing liquid. After taking the antidote, it will take effect for 2 hours. Even if you are bitten, you will be fine. It will only leave a wound. This liquid can kill those mosquitoes. Of course, if you don't mind being dirty, you can slap them to death." As Han Yunshi explained, she demonstrated it herself. With a light press, the liquid sprayed out, releasing a faint, fragrant scent. Long Fei seriously listened and watched. Although this spray medicine was too unfamiliar to him, he quickly learned how to use it. Han Yunshi found for the first time that this man was the most charming when he was serious. Only, Long Fei quickly recovered his expressionless face. "Where did you get these things?" "Widow's poison is a very common poison. Of course I have a backup," Han Yunshi calmly replied. Who cared if he believed it or not? "You prepared it so coincidentally?" Long Fei asked again. Han Yunshi handed over the antidote. "Do you want it or not?" Long Fei finally gave up. He took the antidote and casually handed the cloak to Han Yunshi. "I'm not cold anymore. There's no need." Han Yunshi returned it. But Long Fei stuffed it back. "This prince won't be responsible if you're disfigured." So when they just escaped, at that critical moment, he still cared about wrapping her up tightly, afraid that she would be bitten? All right, if she was disfigured, he would lose face. She was once an ugly girl and had already lost face for him for several years. Han Yunshi ignored the warmth in her heart. After taking the antidote, she wrapped the cloak tightly around herself and put on the hood, covering most of her face. She had just finished tidying herself up when Long Fei's strong arms wrapped around her. Just like the previous few times, he wrapped his arms around her small waist. Although they were separated by thick clothes, Han Yunshi could clearly feel the temperature of his palms. It was very, very hot. It was unimaginable that such a cold man actually had a pair of warm hands. The poisonous mosquitoes were indeed smarter than ordinary mosquitoes. Long Fei had just brought Han Yunshi down the abyss when the 4 groups of poisonous mosquitoes once again surrounded them from 4 directions. This time round, their speed was even faster than before, as though they were specially waiting for them to come down. Who knew that not only did Long Fei not avoid them, instead he flew towards the black mass of poisonous mosquitoes. Ah! Han Yunshi had not expected that this fellow would play in this way. Although she had immunity and had the protection of the anti-mosquito medication, but being drowned in the black mass of mosquitoes, Han Yunshi's heart still couldn't help but beat faster. It was too scary, too disgusting. Although she had wrapped her entire head with the cloak, but she could clearly feel a large swarm of mosquitoes flying towards her and crawling all over her body. The buzzing sound made her feel so stifled that she almost couldn't breathe. She didn't even bother to use the anti-mosquito medication. But very quickly all the stifling feeling disappeared. Long Fei carried her and speedily passed through the poisonous mosquito swarm, distancing themselves from them. Han Yunshi popped her head out and took in a deep breath of fresh air. She realized that the 4 groups of poisonous mosquitoes had already merged into one and were right in front of them. As though they had discovered that they were immune, the poisonous mosquito swarm wasn't as arrogant as before. Instead, they faced off against them and didn't move forward. Mosquitoes also have self-awareness, Han Yunshi joked. However, Long Fei didn't say a word as he hugged her tightly and suddenly flew towards the poisonous mosquito swarm. This time round, he didn't just simply pass through, but he stopped abruptly in front of the black fog and picked up the anti-mosquito medication to spray it. With this spray, a small piece of the black fog was immediately destroyed. The poisonous mosquitoes at the back were frightened and started to retreat. Seeing this, Han Yunshi was overjoyed. She also took out the anti-mosquito medication and sprayed it at the black fog. Every time she sprayed it, a piece of the black fog would be destroyed. She didn't know if the poisonous mosquitoes were scared silly as they stopped in mid-air and didn't escape. The more Han Yunshi sprayed it, the more excited she became. She reached into her medical bag, which was actually the detoxification system, and took out a bottle of spray medicine. With one bottle in her left hand and one in her right hand, she swept it with both hands, looking very dashing. Very quickly, a large piece of the black fog disappeared, and the poisonous mosquitoes fell to the ground. Finally, the poisonous mosquitoes that had been invincible all this time reacted and ran for their lives. The black fog dissipated in an instant. Han Yunshi was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Korean-style ultimate kill. Long Fei tilted his head and looked down disdainfully. He stared at her as if she was his prey. Han Yunshi only felt a chill on her scalp. She subconsciously raised her head and immediately met his deep gaze. She was slightly stunned and immediately restrained her smile. Smiling at someone who didn't know how to smile was simply a waste of her mood. Long Fei retracted his gaze and didn't say anything. This abyss was sealed in the shape of an inverted V. It was surrounded by barren cliffs and could be seen at a glance. There was no way to hide anyone. Therefore, the spy from northernly country could only hide at the bottom of the abyss. Long Fei brought Han Yunshi and swooped down without any obstacles. The bottom of the abyss was a barren pile of rocks, and not a single blade of grass grew. They landed on the tallest rock. Long Fei didn't let go of Han Yunshi from beginning to end. That pair of sharp black eyes coldly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air and landed on the rock opposite them. It was the northernly spy that Long Fei wanted to capture. However, contrary to Han Yunshi's expectations, this spy was actually a woman. Moreover, it was a delicate woman. She wasn't tall, but her figure wasn't bad. Her curves were graceful and curvaceous. It could be said that she was the best of the best. Her facial features were delicate and beautiful, even softer than Murong Wanru's. Even if she didn't speak, she gave people a delicate feeling that she was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. When encountering such a woman, not to mention men, even women would have an inexplicable desire to protect her. As soon as she appeared, her eyes were filled with tears as she pitifully pleaded, Duke of Qin, this servant was wrong. This servant won't dare to do it again. Please spare this servant this time. Duke of Qin, please spare this servant. This servant will do whatever you want. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi had never been a person who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. He didn't even waste words as he let go of Han Yunxi and drew his sword. Seeing that her pleas were useless, the female spy immediately turned hostile. Her malicious gaze swept past Han Yunxi as she immediately drew her sword and prepared to defend herself. Just as she was about to draw her sword, Han Yunxi whispered, "Be careful, her sword is poisoned." Long Fei Yi knew that he wouldn't suffer a second time after suffering once. If he had known earlier that this woman could use poison, he wouldn't have been careless and injured last time. Long Fei Yi, I'm very surprised that you were able to come down, but I guarantee that you won't be able to go back up again. As the female spy spoke, she didn't attack but turned to flee. Long Fei Yi raised his sword and chased after her. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he landed in front of the female spy in a moment. He was still that taciturn and didn't say a single word. He raised his sword and attacked. However, at this moment, the female spy suddenly dodged and blew an incomparably sharp whistle that resounded through the entire valley. Chapter 48. There was a long whistle. Suddenly, clouds of black fog appeared from all directions, covering the skies and covering the earth. It was as if they wanted to cover the entire sky. A poisonous mosquito swarm. She didn't expect there to be so many of them, and they all obeyed this woman. Han Yunxi was alarmed. She could actually control poisonous mosquitoes. No wonder this woman could hurt Long Fei Yi. She had some skills. The woman whistled again. Suddenly, all of the black fog surged towards Han Yunxi like a huge wave. Long Fei Yi, if you don't want that woman to die, you'd better protect my life. The female spy threatened as she retreated. She'd been hiding in Tianing country for so long, but she'd never seen Long Fei Yi touch a woman. He rarely even spoke to a woman, much less held one in his arms. Today, he'd actually brought this woman here and held her in his arms. Even in a life-and-death situation, she couldn't help but be astonished. Who was this woman? What kind of weight did she have in Long Fei Yi's heart? Just as the black mass was about to drown her, Han Yunxi glanced at Long Fei Yi and suddenly screamed, "Ah! I'm so scared. Too scary. Your Highness, save me. Hurry and save me. Sob, so disgusting, Your Highness, I'm so scared." She screamed as she flailed her arms and legs wildly. Long Fei Yi's eyes flashed with astonishment, but he quickly understood. His lips curved into a helpless smile that even he didn't notice. Seeing this, the female spy grew smug and gave a cold snort. "Long Fei Yi, I'm sure you've seen quite a few of your subordinates poison, right? Your Highness, she's threatening you. How scary," Han Yunxi said anxiously. Long Fei had always wanted to end his battles quickly, even in the face of large-scale battles. He wouldn't waste any time on his enemies. However, in the face of the female spy's threat, he was surprisingly patient, which also made the female spy relax her vigilance and did not suspect Han Yunxi. She was full of confidence. She raised her eyebrows and sneered, "Long Fei Yi, if I die, she will die too. Also, you can forget about leaving this valley." Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi's patience is always limited. His handsome cold face showed displeasure. In an instant, the long sword was on the neck of the female spy. "You." The female spy was shocked and angrily warned, "Long Fei Yi, have you thought it through?" Long Fei Yi finally opened his mouth, his tone cold and merciless. "This prince will let you die with grievances." As soon as his voice fell, Han Yunxi very tacitly stopped, the corners of her lips hooked up into a sly smile. Seeing this, the female spy suddenly felt uneasy. Unfortunately it was too late. She saw Han Yunxi take out 2 bottles of mosquito-killing agent. Like a princess in a fairy tale, she raised one leg and elegantly turned around on the spot. She also sprayed a circle of agent at the same time. She saw the circle of black shadows shrink back. The female spy was dumbstruck, not knowing what was in Han Yunxi's hands. Han Yunxi elegantly turned around a few more times and lightly waved her hand. Very quickly, the surrounding black shadows all retreated and quickly flowed away. The female spy was flustered and exasperated. She didn't care about the sword on her neck and hurriedly whistled. However, no matter how she whistled, it was useless. Compared to obeying orders, the poisonous mosquito wanted to save her life more. The female spy tried several times, but in the end she was in despair. She looked at Han Yunxi in disbelief and asked, What is that in your hands?" Han Yunxi walked over, smiling with a harmless face. "His Highness said that he wants you to die with everlasting regret. Sorry, I can't tell you." As soon as she finished speaking, Long Fei's sword no longer held back. With a light flick, he sent a splash of fresh blood into the air. The female spy fell to the ground, her eyes wide open. Even in death, she didn't know how Han Yunxi had driven away the mosquitoes. Han Yunxi squatted down and carefully scanned the long sword. She found that the poison on the sword was indeed the snake poison that Long Fei had been poisoned by before. It seemed that this guy had been chasing this female spy for a long time. Previously, he asked her for the antidote because of this matter. The northernly country's spy knew how to use poison. Han Yunxi felt that this matter shouldn't be simple. "You can tell that there's poison on her sword just by looking?" Long Fei asked in puzzlement. There were a lot of poisonous mosquitoes, and they also had a smell. Han Yunxi could smell it, and it wasn't unbelievable. But this long sword, Han Yunxi stood up and calmly said, "I can smell it." If Long Fei believed her, then he would be a fool. Coldly, he looked at her and didn't say a word. Han Yunxi helplessly shrugged her shoulders. "Actually, since I was young, I've been gifted. I'm very sensitive to poison. It's a pity that my father and the rest don't know about it." As she spoke, she sighed. "Sigh, if only my mother was still alive. How good would that be?" Although this sentence was perfunctory, but when she said it, Han Yunxi's heart still felt a little sad. Perhaps this was this body's instinctive reaction towards her mother. Or perhaps, since she was young, she had no one to rely on, so she longed for that maternal love. In her previous life, she didn't even know who her mother was. Now, although her mother was no longer around, she knew who she was and what kind of person she was. Occasionally, she could even hear legends about her. To her, this was already a very warm thing. Seeing Han Yunxi's sad look, a complicated look flashed past Long Fei's eyes, but he didn't pursue the matter. After finding the secret military missive on the female spy's body, he took Han Yunxi with him and left. By the time they returned to the Duke of Qin's residence, it was already afternoon. The first thing Long Fei did when he returned was to throw Han Yunxi a money pouch. Only then did Han Yunxi remember this. She didn't feel embarrassed as she openly took out a 300 taels banknote from Long Fei's money pouch and laughed. "Thanks, it's clear now." Long Fei didn't reply as he turned around and left. Looking at his disappearing figure in the garden, Han Yunxi couldn't help but think, would this fellow stay over tonight? Or did he still have things to do? She subconsciously wrapped her clothes around herself, and only then did she realize that his cloak was still with her. She originally wanted to chase after him, but on second thought, she decided to wash it clean before returning it to him. Seeing Han Yunxi return wrapped in a man's cloak, little Chen Xiang trotted over. "Master, whose cloak is this? Where did you go? This servant couldn't find you this early in the morning." "I went for a ride." Han Yunxi pocketed the 300 taels banknote, her mood exceptionally bright. "This cloak?" Little Chen Xiang still wanted to ask. Han Yunxi put her finger on her lips and made a shoo sound. Little Chen Xiang didn't dare to bother her anymore. The next evening, Han Yunxi went to deliver the cloak. She knocked on the door for a long time, but no one opened it. She pushed the door and realized that the door wasn't locked. Did that fellow not have a habit of locking the door? Or was it too safe here? Han Yunshi walked in and realized that everything was still the same as before, clean and decent. However, that iceberg really wasn't there. Perhaps the Duke of Qin's residence was just a place for him to sleep. After leaving the cloak in the study, Han Yunshi didn't know why, but she couldn't help but sigh softly before shrugging her shoulders and leaving. Over the past few days, she hadn't been idle. She'd added a few medicine cabinets and bookshelves to the leisurely Cloud Pavilion study, as well as bought a few medical books to read to fill in the gaps in her detox system. Although she wasn't idle, her days were still comfortable. Still, she had no idea that Long Fei Yi, Grand Concubine Yi, or even the other mistresses of the imperial harem were all secretly investigating her. Her father, Han Kongan, had not only been summoned by the Empress Dowager, but Long Fei as well. Because of this, Han Kongan had to repeatedly search through Han Yunshi's rooms before she got married, hoping to find any clues. Master, it's all been investigated. It's confirmed that the one at leisurely Cloud Pavilion is the real Han Yunshi. Before she got married, the Han family's servant girls and 2 young misses all saw her put on a red veil and put on a bridal sedan chair. From the Han estate to the Duke of Qin's estate, they passed through the city and through the streets, so it was impossible to do anything. That night, the wedding nanny was on guard as well, Chu Shifeng reported in detail. Did she treat the poison on her face in the bridal sedan chair? Long Fei Yi asked. There was a scar before she got on the sedan chair, but it was gone after she got off. Chu Shifeng paused before adding, Master, if esteemed Wang Fei could treat Princess Chongping's poison with a single bowl of medicine, I don't think it'd be difficult for her to do it. Since she has both talent and looks, why hide it and let others roll their eyes at her? Long Fei Yi asked again. Actually, he had no interest in Han Yunshi in the past. No matter what kind of person she was, whether she was beautiful or not, this woman had been forced on him by the Empress Dowager and Emperor. She'd never enter his eyes. He was even planning to chase her out of the hibiscus courtyard on their wedding night and send her to a side palace in the suburbs to be put under house arrest forever. But Han Yunshi had saved him on their wedding night. Afterwards, she displayed medical skills and her way of handling matters, giving him surprise after surprise. Your Highness, it's better to be a fool than to be clever. As this subordinate sees it, if esteemed Wang Fei had revealed her talent and looks, she might not have been able to marry you, Chu Shifeng said with a smile. These words made it sound like Han Yunshi really wanted to marry Long Fei Yi. All of her forbearance was for the sake of marrying him. At least, that was what Long Fei Yi heard. Long Fei Yi looked over expressionlessly, but Chu Shifeng wasn't afraid of death. He actually said, Master, as this subordinate sees it, esteemed Wang Fei likes you. This subordinate. But before he could finish, Long Fei Yi's cold gaze darkened. Chu Shifeng shuddered and tactfully shut his mouth. The ignorant Han Yunshi was living very comfortably, but good days were always short-lived. Just when she thought that Grand Concubine Yi would be quiet for a while because of Princess Chongping, an unexpected problem came knocking on her door. It made it impossible for Grand Concubine Yi to have peace. Master, someone's come to ask for medical treatment again. They can't enter our estate, so they're waiting outside. I heard it's the 3rd Madam of Duke Xinghua, little Chen Xiang reported, panting for breath. It wasn't clear who started the rumors, but news of Han Yunshi curing Mu Qingwu spread like wildfire. Moreover, the more they spread, the more ridiculous the rumors became. They said she was modest and low-key, not useless trash, but a once-in-a-century genius. Using all kinds of fictitious deeds, they made her sound as if she was the reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Difficult and complicated diseases that the imperial physicians and various divine doctors could not treat were all easily solved by her. Just a bowl of medicine would be effective. Aside from that, there were even rumors that she was a benevolent divine doctor who didn't accept medical fees. Instead, she prioritized treating the poor first. As a result, since last night, many family members of patients had heard the news and rushed over. Whether they were high-ranking officials, imperial relatives, or ordinary citizens, they all ran over to seek medical treatment. The rumors had raised Han Yunxi so high and shaped her image so well. Now that a patient had come to seek medical treatment, she had to either clarify that she had no talent and become a laughingstock, or make a house call. If she refused, she'd be the subject of gossip. Everything had happened too suddenly. To create such a big headline in the capital's circle of public opinion, it wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Without a doubt, the person behind the scenes wanted to kill her by flattering her. Their intentions were too sinister to give her such a difficult problem.